Ladies and gentlemen, lend me your ears and your eyes. Diva Divine Light, live from Brooklyn, New York.
With no delaying to what you saying, yo. Said it with my 9 million with the dilly, yo. When I be on the mic, yes, I do my duty, yo. While up in the club, like we while in the studio. You don't wanna violate, nigga, really and truly, yo. My main thug, nigga named Julio, he moody, yo. Like a nigga that'll slap me with the toolie, yo. Bitch, nigga scared to death, act fruity, yo. Fuck that, look at shorty, she a little cutie, yo. The way you shake it, nigga, wanna get all in the booty, yo. With no delaying to what you saying, yo.
Diva Divine Light.
Really my heart to me. That's what you got for me. Good more than dance with my eyes to see. Still $1 in a place to be. If you really my heart to me. That's what you got for me. Good more than dance with my eyes to see. Still $1 in a place to be. If you.
You're watching Diva, the Divine Light. A fun-loving, caring, passionate person who talks about sex, celebrity, and real-life issues, and even abuse. So hit that like button and make sure you share the show.
Really my heart to me. That's what you got for me. Good more than dance with my eyes to see. Still $1 in a place to be. If you really my heart to me. That's what you got for me. Good more than dance with my eyes to see. Still $1 in a place to be. If you really my heart to me. That's what you got for me. Good more than dance with my eyes to see. Still $1 in a place to be. If you really my heart to me. That's what you got for me. Good more than dance with my eyes to see. Still $1 in a place to be. If you.
Here comes the pitch, and it comes in wide. On the go ball.
Hello, hello, hello. Good afternoon, everyone. I am your wonderful host, Diva Divine Light. What's happening out there? It is Saturday, and it is like 18 degrees in New York City. It is cold. Very, very cold. Please bundle up and stay warm. Well, let me say hello to my ladies in the chat. Kat, what's up, mama? Kel's Tears, Mom Life, Just V Freakaliki. This 504 girl, what's up, mama? Hey, Missy, hi, baby. Hey, I am Queen. West Coast, what's up, West Coast? Beja. Which Beja is with me today? Which one is it? Is it Ty? It's cold in Mississippi. Shit, it's freezing out here. It's cold in Oklahoma too. Okay, 504. All right. I'm gonna at the end of the live 504, I'm gonna do that. Okay. I'm gonna introduce you to the world. You and Pink Fox. And I also wanted to go to my girl Lowdown. So at the end of the live, I'm gonna hook you ladies up. Hi, Misha. I wasn't sure which one it was. What's up, mama? Okay, baby. So, guys, well, I was watching Angie's live from last night this morning while I was making breakfast. And I was just really disturbed. Everybody is so confused. I mean, Angie was trying to tell Debowski what it was, and he wasn't trying to hear it. For me, that shit was a hot mess on his side. You know. So, um, so last night, as I said, Debowski was on Angie's live, and I'm gonna share her live. I got permission. I spoke with her this morning, and so I asked her if it was okay if I played her live, and she gave me the permission. So we're gonna listen to her live, and then I'm going to go through the court transcripts and documents and things that were brought into play in the Eastern District of New York trial for R. Kelly. So we can establish what really was said and what was really done. I understand Debowski was there. He might have gotten there late on certain days and heard other things. You know, he's getting things confused, mixed up. Things like that happen. You know, it's a lot to digest. You know, it's a lot of stuff to digest. So, I mean, I could tell you, I don't remember everything. You know what I'm saying? It's sometimes I get things confused too. But we're gonna go through it. We're gonna go through it. Okay, guys? Sounds cool? Ready for it? All right. Mom, I know you ready, girl. We all ready. Let's go. So let me share my screen. Okay, this is her live from last night. Her topics were Cardi B, Tasha K, the lead attorney choke, Sylvia, R. Kelly, and emotional versus legal argument. That was the title of the video. If you are not subscribed to her channel, please go subscribe. I'm gonna put her link in the chat so you guys can follow her. Here it is. Hey, shorty. It's freezing in Virginia too. Oh my God, the whole East Coast. So this is Our Channel by Angie. And like I said, I put her channel in the description. I mean in the chat. So if you're not subscribed, you can go follow. Thank you. Hold on 1 second. I gotta go on mute. My mom's calling me. Hold on. Okay, sorry about that, guys. I just received the delivery of some food. So,
Of some stuffers.
yeah, some stuff I ordered from Amazon, my glucerna and my little Dole fruit cups. I order stuff like that, bulk, you know. I got a large family, and for myself, my glucerna, which so every now and again I'll skip a meal and drink a glucerna to help control my sugar. So, yeah, I'm doing good, guys. I'm doing good. I'm maintaining that sugar. So, enough of that, enough of me. Sorry for the interruptions. But as I said, they were debating about what happened in the trial with DNA evidence. Okay. And the DNA evidence had to do with saliva and semen. Now, they did take DNA from R. Kelly when he was arrested. Okay. So let's just go into this a little bit, see what they're saying, and then I'll pause and get into some paperwork and talk about it as we go along. All right. And I will post comments on the screen.
No intentions of having sex with you when she got to the quote unquote chocolate factory. How do you have a man act with Israel who left her parents and didn't have no intentions of having sex with you if she didn't have intentions of having sex with you? Because the intent is something that should have been more explored in this case.
Debo, listen. The intent, and I went over intent. You got intent. You got general, specialized, and you got the one you got me so fucked up in the head. So
So
what the
just
one
tell
is
me
where
which
the
one
people
fit.
hold on,
Which
don't
one
cut
fit
me
the
off.
man at?
Don't cut me off. I'm trying to let you talk for I don't know how long. You gave me 20 different scenarios. Let me respond. Okay, and then there's one where it's unintentional intent, right? The intent they're speaking of is only when they're talking about the crime. They're talking about the intent of the person they allege committed a crime. That is the part of the element.
No. They
Yes,
say
yes, yes.
no. They say the
You
man
want that?
act. No, they say the man act is when is to cause an individual to leave where they're from with the intentions of having sex where they're going.
You say
Okay. Debo. 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 I cannot with your ass. Mira. You're trying to say that the case should have been about motive. That's what R. Kelly's defense should have been. Motive. They did that. They tried to prove some type of motive, that the girls were out for money and having a good time and they were groupies and disgruntled and all scorned and all these things, right? The defense was trying to do that. They did try to do that. They did. But it didn't work because that's not what the case was about. Okay? Like the intent in this case, as Angie was trying to explain, which you rudely didn't let her really explain, you kept trying to deflect everything. So, what she was trying to say is the intent of the whole story is the intent for him to use the Mann Act. He was doing the Mann Act. His intent was the Mann Act. So the prosecution's intent was to prove the Mann Act and how he had the girls traveling back and forth. It doesn't matter if R. Kelly said, well, let me go and see her. No, it was about him picking up the girls from wherever they were at and bringing the girls to him. He didn't go to meet no girls. They were flying in to see him. They were traveling in to see him. His entourage, his enterprise was paying and making these flights and arrangements. So yeah, R. Kelly's entourage was doing these things, but it was in the behest on behalf of R. Kelly, in direction of R. Kelly. Nobody else could get blamed but R. Kelly. Even if it was Cheryl Mack who was making the fucking flights, even if it was Demetria Smith who was taking the girls on the tour, it doesn't matter. Everyone was doing things in direction of their boss. They were only doing what the boss was telling them to do. They were getting paid to do a job. They even got paid to close their eyes, their ears. See no evil, speak no evil, hear no evil, right? Right. So let's get that straight. Okay, let's see what you guys are saying. Hey, fat boy. What's up, Indigo? Hi, mama. Hey, Jacqueline. What's up, baby? Okay, let's see. How can anyone listen to Debo on this case anyway, trying to sound smart and not making sense? Yeah, like I said, he was confused with a lot of things. He didn't really understand a lot of things. I get it. I mean, the law is crazy. This is, it's not an easy thing to understand. You have to really sit and understand everything. R. Kelly had intent to have sex with Az when he took her across state line. Exactly. That was the intent. The intent was to prove the Mann Act, that he was flying these girls or setting up these girls to travel back and forth for the intentions of having illegal sex because the girls were underage. 17 is not legal age in the state of California. 17 is not the legal age in the state of New York. 17 is not the legal age in the state of Florida. That's what he was being charged for. Or in the state of Connecticut. It's 18. So that's what he was being charged for with Azriel. Okay, let's see what else. Oh, you did? Well, girl, you're about to see it now. Let me play some more, and I'm just going to put the comments on the screen.
To cause, and that's not, and Debo, we all know that you put shit in your head and rationalize in the way that Debo understands. You was also the one that took a statute, a law, a crime that the man wasn't even charged with to try to fit to make it whatever it was. And I said, this man's been charged with this crime. You replaced the whole law.
Right. And I'm saying that the crime that I brought up is
I'm telling you, trying to make that.
But I did do that because that's the crime that he should have been charged with.
That meant that a goddamn one man ain't no enterprise. And I told you the statute that he was charged under says specifically that an individual wall is a fucking enterprise. Only one man was charged with the motherfucker. What I am telling you is when it comes to a motherfucking intent and it comes to a crime, as far as who they're charging with the crime, the person that they are charging, that's the intent that they are defining in the element. They're not talking about what a motherfucker left the house and said, yeah, okay, you know, shit, you can leave the house is good, well, and goddamn, then you gonna have sex or whatever shit, you can leave with just a goddamn your drawers on, and know you're gonna get across the state lines and have sex. They are saying somewhere explained in the element that whatever they said he did, said that he broke the law. That's what it's talking about in those indictments. When they are broken down in their elements and whatever,
yeah,
they are telling you.
And what I'm saying to that is the government can charge you.
What
the government can
intent
charge
they
you
are
whatever
charging,
they see.
not what a motherfucker left home and thought.
Right, but even though the government can charge you with intentional murder, and you can come back on appeal.
Y'all get those get the what's the name?
The government can charge you with murder. You can come back on appeal, and that murder can be to a second degree. I went to prison for unlawful use of a weapon by a felon. The witness in my case had made a deal with the fucking police that when we asked them on the stand, did you get anything?
Argument, which is those are good things that will turn into a legal argument, which will force somebody to look at the laws, making them more unified all over, what have you. Boy, what I'm saying, you're dealing with what you got, what's going on now, and that has no legal bearing.
That has no legal purpose. And whoever in the chat with that, pay attention to what I'm telling you. You have a First Amendment right. That First Amendment right grants you the freedom of speech, but it also grants you the freedom of press. Now, R. Kelly trial, they say they're gonna have 2 courtrooms. They only let in 6 supporters, and when I made it in the courtroom, it was 38 people in the courtroom with me. So it was 38 people in the other courtroom next to me. Why was it only a cap? What I saw in the courtroom, it went in the transcript. It went in the transcript. Bro, I know what I saw with my own eyes. I know what I saw with my own eyes. I know I saw that girl Sonia say she went to a mall. R. Kelly was already gone out the mall. She wanted to interview with him. He told her no. She asked for a picture. Take the picture. And while she taking the picture, somebody gave her a number from behind her back. She didn't even see the person. She didn't even see the person. To a building, waiting in the room. You ain't even seen this. If you have women that's willing to travel, willing to wait, willing to go through this guy and that guy to even get to him, do you think that some of them men took advantage of them women?
I don't know. I mean,
all right. Well, let me give you an example. Let me give you an example.
Let me give you an example. With R. Kelly.
Let me give you an example.
Unless they're saying R. Kelly wasn't the one that did it, but again, you
let me give you an example.
So now he was trying to say how maybe it's R. Kelly's entourage and security guards that are the ones that are fondling and messing with these girls. Now, if that was the case, don't you think that they would be on trial right now? I think they would be on trial right now. Don't try to spin it like it could be this and it could be that. Okay? That's not the case. We're talking about R. Kelly and the girls. We're not talking about his entourage. His entourage wasn't really allowed to mess with the girls, but they did try. Like Lanita Carter. What happened with Lanita Carter? The guy didn't have sex with Lanita. She wasn't sexually assaulted by that guy. What she said was he kissed her. He forcefully kissed her. He forcefully put his lips on her. They didn't have sex. R. Kelly found out about that, got upset for the fact that she didn't tell him. He had to find out through somebody else. That's why he did what he did to her. He felt like she was disloyal by not saying anything. That's what happened. So he decided to punish her by doing what he did to her, by sexually assaulting her. Because by giving oral, that's sex, not kissing. Yes, exactly. The New York trial is over already. Hey, Truth Strong. That's how the enterprise works. R. Kelly knows they be handing out numbers, laugh out loud, but he's the one that sleeps with them. Exactly. Exactly. She sure does have patience dealing with him. There you go. To be charged, there needs to be probable cause with evidence. Exactly. R. Kelly is not going to win his case in Chicago either. Period. Some people need the dictionary to understand the meaning of different words. Facts. Right. He just wants it to fit the narrative, which is that R. Kelly's innocent, and point the finger at somebody else. Let's stop doing that, because all of this is R. Kelly's fault. This has nothing to do with anybody else. Everybody else was just a follower. They were doing their job, listening to their boss, doing what daddy told them to do. Hold on a second, guys. My package came. I believe it was from this 504 girl. Wait. Hey, guys. Sorry, I'm back. This 504 girl, you still in the chat? Hold on. Who jumped in here now? Hey, Candy. What's up, mama? Purple. What's up, baby? Thank you for the Cash App last night, mama. I love you, baby. Indigo. Granny. What's up, mama? 504 girl. Babe. It came. I love you. Oh my God. I want to read. I see you gave me a letter. Can I read the letter? Or can I read it out loud to everyone? And I'm going to show what you gave me. Hold on. I look a hot mess, guys. So hold on. Thank you so much, sweetheart. Should I read the letter out loud? Yes, I can. Okay. Just want to make sure it's not super private, you know, and I can read it out loud. Okay. It says, hello, Diva. Hope all is well. First, thank you for my Christmas gift. You're welcome, sweetheart. I loved it. I wanted to share some love to you, too. I sent you a Mardi Gras king cake from one of our famous bakeries. Lines be wrapped around the block for their king cake. During Mardi Gras season, the cakes come out. It's a New Orleans tradition. Thank you so much for the cake. It smells so good. Inside the king cake, there's a baby. And the tradition is whoever gets the baby inside their piece of cake has to buy the next king cake. Oh, that's cool. It's just something that we do here. Laugh out loud. Hope you and your family enjoy. Much love to you, this 504 girl. Okay. Oh, I love you, and I think that's so cool. Thank you so much. Unfortunately, I'm not in New Orleans, so I can't buy the king cake, but that is awesome. I think that is a really cool tradition. Let me show you guys the cake. Let me it's in a box, but I don't know how all right, wait. Let me figure out how to open it. This is a giant ass cake, and it smells so good, guys. I wish you could smell it. Wait, I'm trying to. Okay, so I gotta open it this way. There's like, okay. She secured this shit. Let me tell you. She wrapped it up great. Okay. She child-proofed that shit. Ship-proofed it. Even though they got a little squash, but it's not, you know, they didn't kill the shit. Thank God it wasn't like a real big cake. Oh my God. All right. Oh, wow. And it smells like it's sweet as hell. This is perfect for my diabetes. Oh, it smells so good, guys. I wanna show you. I just let me. I'm gonna move the camera so it's not because I got it on my lap over here and shit. So I'm gonna, cause it's really big. You know what it looks like? It looks like a giant, them pastries, it looks like a croissant kind of pastry. Oh, and it smells so good. Oh my God. Oh, I just pulled it out. Let me put the light on here. Okay, let me get my camera down. Hold on, guys. This is a good thing, guys. This is a positive moment. Let me put myself on solo. Okay. Okay. Joshua, I'm live. Okay. Do you see it? Oh, wait, here we go. Oh, that is beautiful. It's got white frosting with sprinkles in it. And I wish y'all could smell it. It smells so good. OMG. I can't wait to have some. I'm taking off my camera. I'm hiding because my husband's in the back too, so. Yes, thank you so much, 504 girl. Oh, look at this cake, babe. Oh, yeah. It's like a big giant frosting inside. There's a baby. One of these has a baby. Inside is a baby. We're gonna need help eating this. You damn right we are. Thank you so much, this 504 girl. I love you, mommy. God bless you. Thank you. Hey, Black Girl Beauty. What's up, mama? I will enjoy it, sweetheart. I sure will. Thank you so much. Hey, Miss April. It's a Razzle Dazzle King Cake. King cakes are great. Yeah, but it smells so good. I am definitely. They're selling them here. Oh, okay. Thank you, Mama. Thank you. I will definitely enjoy that, sweetheart. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. The first gift I ever received from any of my subscribers. Oh, I feel so special. Thank you so much, Mama. Thank you so much. Well, that was just so nice of you, baby. Thank you. You guys always show me love. Yeah, it's a pastry, but it's a cake. But it's a giant pastry. It's a giant pastry, but it has some. What does it have in the middle, Mama? Does it have any fruits or cream or anything in the middle?
You got these nuts in the middle.
My husband said que got these nuts in the middle. He's terrible, Lord. Bleep that out, y'all. I don't know what's happening this Saturday. Hit the like button, y'all. Thank you. Well, Miss April, we're going over Angie's lives. Angie's live from yesterday. And she had Debowski on, and Debowski was saying certain things about DNA evidence and things of that nature and stuff. And so there's a couple of things we're going to go through that I just wanted to point out. So that's what we're doing. So we're listening a little bit to Angie's live. It's called the King Cake, Candy. Oh, okay. So it's just all right. So it's just a pastry, Mama, with frosting on top. Indigo. So it's a pastry cake. So that's what's going on, Miss April. That's what we're doing here today. So I'm going to continue. Thank you so much again, 504 girl. Mwah, I love you, mami. Dios la bendiga. Okay. All right. Now I'm going to... Okay. I'm going to go back on mute, y'all. Let's listen a little bit more, and then I'm going to skip a little bit and go to a certain part and, like that, okay?
Example of what I'm trying to say.
He couldn't have done it.
Okay, let me give you an example of how easy it is. Now, LaTanya Walker lands in Chicago. When she lands in Chicago, I go there to pick her up. When I pick her up, I'm with someone else. I inform her that they will let her know where we will be staying. That name that brought you in R. Kelly mansion and had you do a Dino and host a meeting them. Chop motherfuckers in their throat. Get the fuck back. Match. A profile match. The guy who did this to you or the guy who
for the motions, the post-conviction motions, and the appeal. So there's a lot of people saying they heard some stuff and ain't showing up in the transcript.
Let me ask you a question, Ms. Walker, on the serious side, all bullshit aside. Do you think that people in R. Kelly's entourage, if you have women that's willing to travel, willing to wait, willing to go through this guy and that guy to even get to him, do you think that some me in the clear if I was the only person on the phone with you, the person that told you I'm going to pick you up, the person that told you he's going to direct you where I'm going?
You'll just be mentioned as a part of the circumstance as to what happened, but that wouldn't have no blame on you unless you was in on it.
Okay. So if I'm R. Kelly though, and not your average Joe, if I'm R. Kelly,
why is she showing
your average
passion
Joe,
fruit juice?
who would you rather say is more involved if you're looking for a payout? The guy who did this to you or the guy who he was able to hide under the disguise of to do it to you? When we go
what you would do is like what people do is put them all in there on there to get the payday, to make sure you get the payday from the person that's most likely going to be the guaranteed payoff. But what I'm saying is
they going by
what
name.
I'm saying is that you asked me a question. What I'm saying is when she tells the story, she's still gonna say this person did it, but it was, a lawyer is going to be able to
what's the person
make
name?
everybody
Bubba?
around them, including
I'm just saying, what's
the
person name? What's the person name? Bubba? His name Bubba? What's his name? Bubba?
I don't know. I don't even know
I'm
what
just
scenario
saying
you're talking
for a
about.
victim, for a victim, allegedly. You as a victim, what's the guy's
Fucking
name
Debo.
that brought you in R. Kelly mansion and had you do a Dino in hopes of meeting them? Bubba. Bubba. Who is Bubba? They don't know no Bubba. Bubba ain't your government name. When you look at Lanita Carter, the person who says cock was forced in her mouth. When you listen to Surviving R. Kelly, she said she contacted R. Kelly and told him that a sexual assault had taken place. And he told her, why didn't you tell me about this sooner? And she started crying and saying she should have. Now you have to ask yourself, why all of these women that's accusing R. Kelly of sexually assaulting them can tell us that they was already sexually assaulted before they met this man.
Because a lot of people have been sexually assaulted.
True. Now you got people that haven't been sexually assaulted by R. Kelly, but can relate to this situation if they was. So if the victims is telling their story, how do we know if they're telling the story of what happened with them and R. Kelly, or what happened with them and their uncle, or what happened with them and R. Kelly entourage, or what happened with them and somebody else before they ever met R. Kelly?
Miss you too,
Have
Peter.
they enter in supporting evidence to support what they're saying?
Okay, if they
with that person,
if they entered into evidence to support what they saying, why did they tell us that the DNA was a profile match instead of the DNA being a 99.1.234%, a 98.489%? Why they didn't give us a number percentage instead of a profile match? A profile match doesn't mean that was R. Kelly DNA.
Wait a minute. What?
Hey, look, just know when R. Kelly get out, when he get to walking out them gates and I'm walking them out, I'm gonna chop motherfuckers in their throat. Get the fuck back. Get the fuck back. We don't want no pictures, no autographs, nothing. Get back.
My daughter just took a piece of that cake, 504, and she just gave it a thumbs up and walked away. Now, I'm going to stop sharing this screen. And I'm going to share another one with y'all. Oh, Lord. Okay. Which one is this one? Okay. Is this the one with? Yeah, okay. Boom. Okay. All right. Now, see what he was saying, right? This is the what page was this? 19, all right. Now this here came out. I want y'all to see it. You see here? This case, the Northern District of Illinois case, document number 40, filed on July 20th, 2019 in the United States District Court for the Northern District of Illinois' Eastern Division. USA of America versus Robert Sylvester Kelly. Again, July 16th, 2019. Before the Honorable Harry D. Lennenweber. Okay, now we're going to go to page 19. Now, here in page 19, okay, it states here, I'm going to read it from here. Line 12. The fact that Mr. Kelly, now this is Greenberg. Greenberg is speaking. This is Greenberg's words. Remember, this is a transcript for his bond hearing. Okay? The fact that Mr. Kelly was getting charged in state court was no surprise to anyone. It was this, as they like to call it, documentary. I don't really think it was a documentary, but they call it that. And he gets charged. He turns himself in. They called me up. They said, hey, we charged. This is original, not on the increased charges, the original charges. They called me up. We charged him with felonies. We'll give him 24 hours to turn himself in. We made arrangements. We went to the police station. Turned himself in, cooperated with them. They wanted to take a DNA sample. Sure, take the DNA sample, all that. He did that knowing that when I talked to the prosecutors about bond, they would not agree to a bond with me. So he did that full well knowing that he could be held without bond on the state charges. And they called me on this, and they knew I was representing him. Had they called me on this, they wouldn't have had to pull up and arrest him walking his dog outside of the Trump Tower. So, Debo, back in 2019, July, when he got arrested, when he went into the precinct, they took his DNA. They wanted to take a DNA sample. Sure, take the DNA sample, all that. Okay. Yes, they have RKDNA. Better take that so-called power away and make him focus on the Chicago case, because R. Kelly was convicted in the New York case. Exactly. Can we see your badge? I don't know, Mama. Oh, yeah, you have a badge. We see. You can see it, Mama. Yes, she has a badge. But you can't see it because her name is long. It happens. It's okay, Mama. You're there, though, because I see you green. Everybody that's on my screen that's a member and has a badge, they're green. So that's one part, right? What is the other one? Wait, hold on. Before we get to all that. Okay. Now. Okay, so this one is this one. Okay, I'm going to stop sharing this one. Okay, now I have to look for the other one. Oh, I gotta look at it. Wait. 7:15. Where is 7:15 at? 7:15. Hold on, guys. I'm trying to find the right file. Here it is. Okay, now this document came out on July 15th of 2021. Now, this document was from the Curcio hearing. The Curcio hearing. I'm sorry. And here in the Curcio hearing, it states on page 54, line 18 is where I'm going to read it from. And Miss Shihata is the one who's explaining this. And she says, and that's the government, the lawyer for the government. She says, so if I may explain, Your Honor, on July 13th, the government obtained a search warrant for Mr. Kelly's DNA that was signed by the Honorable James Cho, a magistrate judge in this court. The warrant indicates that we do this at a mutually convenient time and alert defense counsel. We indicated to defense counsel by email yesterday that we propose doing this while everyone was here in court so as not to inconvenience everyone again, particularly the issues they have had in meeting with their client, and we provided a copy of the warrant. No one objected to that. I made sure they got a copy of the warrant again when I spoke to them before court this morning. I got an inquiry saying, can we get a copy of the affidavit? I said it is currently under seal. We will be filing for a limited unsealing order, and when we do, we of course will provide it to you. We were all set, and we have our law enforcement officers here to do the swabbing, and they just told us that they refuse unless we show them the affidavit. I don't think that this is the proper procedure. They're entitled to challenge it after the fact. Then the judge says, I think that's right. I don't know. I'm positive that's not the procedure. So there's a warrant. If the warrant authorized the taking of the DNA, you can request a hearing after the taking of the DNA on the basis of the judge's determination, but there is no cause to see the affidavit now. I'm not saying that you have to do this. When is that going to be available? When are you going to make the unsealing order? Then Ms. Shihata says, I was going to propose, Judge, to make it to you right now, a limited unsealing order for the purposes of providing the affidavit to defense counsel, and assuming Your Honor grants it, I will do it as soon as I get back to my office. I will email them the affidavit. Then the judge says, that's the way to go. And if there is something in the affidavit that makes you think you want to challenge the basis for the warrant, you can do it. But I think it makes the most sense. You don't want to interrupt your time consulting with Mr. Kelly. So I think if everybody is ready, you should go ahead and do it. Ms. Shihata said, thank you, Your Honor. The judge says, anything from your side? Mr. Kanik says, we're good. Thank you, Your Honor. we would consent to the government's application regarding the unsealing order. The judge says, it's a limited. Shall I sign it now? Ms. Shihata said, I will send Donna a copy, but it would be a limited unsealing order just for these purposes. The judge said, okay, thank you, everyone. They had a warrant to get his DNA. Greenberg was like, Kanik at the time was like, well, as long as we get it, he got his DNA, right? We're going to get his DNA. As long as we get the affidavit, we did it. Then, like I said, that was done on the 15th of 2021. They spoke about it. Now, what is this one here? Okay. What was the other one? Hold on. I didn't put them in order. I should have put them all in order. Okay, wait. This one, and then... All right, that's in order. Okay, I forgot what this one was. Okay, that is... All right. What date was this one? 25, 31, 9/1. I forgot what this one was. Okay. All right, this is about the... No. What day was this? Give me 1 second, guys. I'm sorry. Okay. 20. Okay. All right. Where am I? I'm here. Okay, so I'm going to stop sharing this one. Now the next one is 18. Okay. Okay. Now, this is the transcript from August 18th, the first day of the trial. Okay. Let me see. Wait. All right. Wait. And before I do that, let me do this. Oh.
I mean, when they holler about it's a profile match, they're saying it they're saying that this person that they have on trial
Is a profile match as far as
is a
age
profile
and
match
race.
for this person. That's a piece of evidence.
No. A
They don't
profile
have to-
match. If you watch the ID channel on the serial killer, and they say, "Well, we had a profile match." From there, they try to get a cigarette butt. They try to get a pop can to narrow the match down to definitive, which without a shadow of a doubt. That's when they give you a number percentage. They never gave us a number percentage on R. Kelly's DNA
They don't
profile
always
match.
have to give you. They don't always have to just lay it out how you hear it on TV.
Hey, when
No,
you see this
it's not
appeal,
like that.
now look,
They say
now look, let's just say,
profile match.
okay,
I'm talking, Debo. They say if it's a profile match, they got one motherfucker over there that they saying that there's a profile match too. Then that's what they're trying to tell you, that it came out as a DNA profile match for one R. Sylvester Kelly. That's what they're trying to say. They don't have to say
a profile match.
They ain't got to announce it like child support.
What's a profile? What is a profile?
That means that when they put them little motherfucking bars up there, them little
Can I see the definition of profile though?
That means they put it up there.
No.
They showing it's more than likely a profile. A profile. I mean, that's a profile when you see them little bars.
Can we just see
it's
what
a profile?
Can we see what profile
You're not gonna
means?
argue with me about no shit.
I'm not trying to argue. I just want to see what profile means through the Webster Dictionary. Let me see what profile means through the Webster Dictionary.
It's they showing the motherfucking little gene things. What they call that shit? Genotypes or some shit like that.
They didn't do that though. They didn't do that though.
I don't know what the fuck they did in there. I'm telling you what it means for a profile match. You want the motherfucker to say shit they say on TV.
They had a dirty ass blue shirt up.
I'm tired of motherfuckers thinking that law and order and all that bullshit is how this shit go in real life. That's how this shit go.
ID is how that shit go in real life.
Talking about
What law and order?
You
gotta watch the ID channel.
And CSI and shit.
You gotta watch the ID channel. No, ID channel. Fuck the fake shit. Watch
I know you're talking about ID channel, but Debo, just because every time they don't express it every way, every show, that don't mean that it don't mean what it means. They wouldn't have brought it up.
Can I please see? Can I see?
Hold on. If it was not, if they didn't think that it was a profile match to R. Kelly, when they brought it up, they would say this does not match.
Oh, wait the fuck! Hold on, wait a minute. How many black men have been in prison off DNA off a profile match? That was not them.
Black people have been in prison off of DNA off a profile match.
Oh, in court, Black Panthers, rape kits, on profile match, niggas was getting convicted, and then they found out it wasn't even them.
Yeah, because DNA has evolved over time. The process,
but they didn't have R. Kelly's DNA. So what did they compare? What did they compare the match to for R. Kelly? If he ain't
I don't know. Shit,
right. So when they say DNA match, DNA profile match means black, of this age, and approximate. That's
If
not a definitive answer.
it matches R. Kelly, they had to have a sample of his DNA from somewhere to match it. Here's the thing.
Oh.
No, yes. Because if not, you can collect DNA and just have it sitting somewhere and it never matches nobody because they don't have nobody for it to match to. Until they get somebody, it's going to hit ping and it's going to say, you're going to have DNA sitting in the system. Shirts.
But how they gonna have R. Kelly DNA sitting in the system if he ain't never been convicted?
I'm talking. Listen. So they're gonna, and especially when it comes to some kind of fucking sex crime, at some point they got his DNA some kind of way. They got it. Out of blood, they got that motherfucker, that DNA, for them to be able to sit up there and say that it is a profile match. What they gonna say?
So you telling me? So you telling me people that was convicted of rape and they said that it was a DNA profile match? 1000% I done seen this. Well, they said it was a DNA profile match, and later on them kids got tested and it didn't match this guy.
I just
that never happened
to you how, because over time you're talking about something that's evolving over time. We're talking about 2021. 19,
okay.
20,
Okay. So
19,
can I see
profile?
profile?
Motherfucking shit. It can approve you are the father, can't it? It can tell you are the father.
Yeah, and it tell you you the father by
percentage.
Tell you
if a motherfucker done been in that coochie.
It tell you the father by percentage.
Been in that coochie.
It tell you Murray don't look at the man and say, I read your results and the profile match. No, he tell you you are the father 99.99 some percent.
Because that's how motherfucking child support. Oh my Debo, just because it don't give, they don't say, tell you all the time what is the goddamn probability. You're talking about the
give
probability.
You a clip on it.
That's an extra piece on it, Debo. It's an extra piece.
I just want to let you know that when Kels come home, I will be handling all his defamation lawsuits.
Shit, they gonna run your ass out of there like they're gonna do Tasha Kent in a few days.
If Darlene April would have stuck with me, we would have motherfucking already had you run the pace. Proceeds going to R. Kelly Defense Fund.
Dude, y'all got to come on, get out them clouds. And you come up with
can
some
I see what profile is?
You come get some good technical points, but you coming up with some shit. Well, goddamn, them people on the other side, they're gonna look at you. They're gonna turn their head to you, and they're gonna be like, finish him.
Can I see? Can you pull up profile? The word through Webster Dictionary and my JoJo.
You always trying to pick a word, and here this is what.
I'm just saying. Can we look up profile?
Pick out what it is.
Look up profile
through Webster Dictionary. About that. Pick out deep. We'll say DNA.
How about we look up? Can we look up DNA profile through Webster Dictionary? Let's just see what it say for DNA profile through Webster Dictionary.
DNA profile through DNA. No, we're gonna do DNA profile and see what it comes up with. Not just through
Webster Dictionary. What's the terminology? We want to know the terminology.
We're gonna do DNA profile. Fuck with
Webster Dictionary version though. The dictionary version.
No. You always trying to get that shit skewed to your shit.
I'm not a lawyer.
No,
I can only read.
DNA. No, I'm gonna pull it up. I've just pulled it up. I don't want to hear none of this. We're gonna read it right off the goddamn screen. Where is it? Where? I just pulled it up. Hold on.
Lord have mercy. Angie, you got patience like a motherfucker. This is painful to listen to. It is. It is. Now, as you guys can see on my screen, this is opening statements from the start of R. Kelly's trial, which was August 18th, 2021. Right? Right. And in this transcript, it talks about the DNA, right? Right. He's not a lawyer. Yeah, because they're waiting for that appeal, Karen J. What's up, Karen J? What's up, Nicole? What's up, Peter? Hi, ladies. Rocking with the truth. What's up, sis? What's up? What's up? What's up? So as you can see, Debo's a hot mess. Right. He's stuck in 2020. Yes. He's not a lawyer, but will agree every fact that a lawyer is trying to explain to him. Slow but shorty for real. They know Chicago is a done deal. You have no sound? You guys don't hear me? Okay. Hey, Green Diva, we were watching your old videos yesterday, missing you, and you clarified when reading Van Allen's book that the tape they had was a new tape. Yes, it is a new tape. That was a brand new tape, mamita. Rest in peace. Oh, shit. Guilty, guilty, guilty. No sound? Do you guys hear me? Give me a thumbs up, y'all hear me. Yeah, exactly, Karen J. Exactly, Karen. RK set up the camera. R. Kelly did the sex act. Exactly. R. Kelly knows he's guilty, period. Poor Debo. He really got 30 rounds of support for R. Kelly. He sure does. He's not pretending. Okay, you have sound. All right, good. You educated us the other day when you said the feds had text messages with them begging to use the bathroom. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, they got everything. The feds got everything. We can hear now. Okay, you was just looking for something that was quiet. Yes, mama. Sorry. All right. Hey, one honey. What's up, baby? Okay. So, like I said, this here is from the transcripts of the trial, the opening statements. And in the opening statements, Miss Cruz Melendez had stated on page 45, y'all, she stated, line 2, you will also hear from experts who will tell you that the defendant's DNA was found in semen recovered from a t-shirt by one of the victims when she was just 16 years old. In addition, you will see evidence such as official documents like birth certificates for the victims and the documents proving that the defendant did marry Aaliyah when she was just 15 years old. Text messages showing that the defendant demanded total obedience, that he had members of his inner circle stand guard over his victims when they were on punishment. They also have telephone records showing contact between the defendant and his victims, including while they were minors. You're going to see travel records that show the victims traveling to locations around the country to see the defendant. As I said, Debo, it doesn't matter if he didn't go to see the girls. He brought the girls to him. That's still considered the Mann Act. And then they have medical and prescription records regarding his treatment for disease. For the disease that will be explained during the testimony of the defendant's primary care physician regarding the defendant's herpes diagnosis. They have medical and prescription records regarding his treatment for the disease that will be explained during the testimony of the defendant's primary care physician. This was R. Kelly's primary care doctor regarding his herpes diagnosis. You're also going to see physical evidence obtained by law enforcement from searches done pursuant to search warrants authorized by a judge, the defendant's own apartment and storage facility. For example, you'll see decades-old paper, phone messages, recordings. For example, you'll see decades-old paper, phone messages, recording calls from his victims. You'll see video and audio recordings that the defendant made himself or instructed victims to make that show the type of control that the defendant has over his victims and the demeaning punishment he forced them to perform if they broke his rules. Some of these recordings may be difficult to listen to and to watch, but we will be presenting this evidence to you to prove the defendant's pattern of illegal sex. Again, this is what his case was all about. Him having illegal sex. That means having sex with girls under the age of consent, as well as to prove the defendant's pattern of physical and psychological abuse. So all these other things that you crazy people use, groupies and fanatics of R. Kelly's, because I'm not going to say the supporters, I'm going to say the groupies, the fanatics, the flying monkeys, those people over there, the beehives, don't understand. He had a pattern of illegal sexual activity, as well as physical and psychological, these girls. That's what the trial was about, as well as traveling with these girls, taking these girls from wherever they were to bring them to him so they can do illegal sexual activity, which means they were minors. And he committed physical and psychological abuse to these minors. He has a pattern of behavior. That's what we're looking at. All that other stuff you people are bringing up is irrelevant. You're also going to see letters the defendant kept containing false and embarrassing information, which the defendant directed his victims and others to write so that he could have them in his back pocket in case anyone attempted to accuse him of wrongdoing. You will see such records as settlements, arguments showing that the defendant tried to pay millions of dollars to keep his victims silent. Witnesses after witness, exhibit after exhibit. You'll have the chance to hear and see all of the government's evidence. Okay? And I believe that was the only part. I think that was the only part. Let me just go through this real quick. So these are the things that they brought to the table as evidence to corroborate their prediction of what happened to these girls. Okay, wait. Okay. I'm just going through all of it because there were certain points that I put down in certain documents. So I'm just scrolling through. I believe that was the only thing, but I'm just double checking because I don't remember. I brought up a lot of documents here, guys. So bear with me, y'all. Bear with me. So, oh, wait. Okay. So as we can see, so far we know that there was DNA taken from R. Kelly when he got arrested back in July 2019. They did a swab, right? They had a warrant to take his DNA because at first he didn't want to do it. Then they had to get a warrant. They got a warrant. He had no choice but to do it. But they also wanted the government to give them an affidavit of the warrant. And that's what they did. And then they had to agree to give DNA. So all that happened, and they got R. Kelly's DNA. They made exchange, did what they had to do, and they got R. Kelly's DNA. They swabbed him. That's what they said. They swabbed him. All right. Okay. Yeah, I think that was it. I'm mistaken. I believe that was it. It was only that one page. Sorry, guys, but, I'm going through this. Please bear with me, okay? Thank you very much for being patient. Talk y'all stuff in the chat. Leave those comments and questions. I'm going to go back to them, okay? And I'm not looking at the chat right now because I'm behind the scene looking at the paperwork. So I don't know what you guys are talking about, what y'all saying, but I know you guys are being crazy, I can imagine. My OCOV family, how we doing in the building? All right, so wait. Here we go. All right, so I'm going to read it from here. See who was talking here. Okay, Ms. Geddes. Okay. So Ms. Geddes says that, so continuing on in my questioning, I plan to elicit from the witness that she provided the t-shirt in 2010 to Logan's law firm. So in 2010, Deronda Pace gave her shirt to Susan Logan's law firm in 2010. And in 2013, she retained a new lawyer who obtained a copy of the file. Then in 2017, they're talking about Deronda Pace. She retrieved the t-shirt from her new lawyer, and that very same day brought it to the Olympia Fields Police Department. I will call a witness from the law firm in 2010 as well as in 2013 who will establish that they maintained the t-shirt in a safe and secure manner in a paper bag. I have one from the lawyer that retained it from 2010 to 2013. A separate witness who testified that he kept it from 2013 until 2017. The other lawyer. One from the lawyer that retained it from 2010 to 2013, and a separate witness who testified that he kept it from 2013 until 2017. And we will also call a witness from the Olympia Fields Police Department who will testify that it was maintained in a safe and secure way from 2017 until February of 2019, at which point it was transferred to the Illinois State Police Forensic Investigations Division, who then did DNA testing. And we will call two DNA witnesses who will testify that they recovered semen from the t-shirt and that the semen matched the defendant's semen. Well, what do you know? There was matched DNA, Debo. Let's see what y'all saying in the chat. Hey, Tasha. Did I say hi to you before, Black Girl Beauty? What's up, mama? Ames. Amos. What's up, watermelon? Okay. Let's see. I'm going to go back to the comments, guys. I'm trying to go up. Okay. All right, let's see. Okay, here we go. All right, let's see what y'all saying. Yes, thank you. Please make sure you hit that like button, y'all. There's 28 of you guys. Hit that like button. Thank you. Yes, get them likes up for me. Yes. Yes, Karen J. Page 45 of New York Transcripts. Girl, we got all these pages. Remember that number. So if we got to throw it at them, go look at page 45. That's right. That's right, Karen. Okay. Give me the green. I'm sending this timestamp to all my. That's right, Nicole. One man is an enterprise. His enablers couldn't make a move without his say-so. Facts. They have his DNA. Preach, they were showing receipts. Yes. Good afternoon, Tasha. It's a difference in supporting than being a super fan. It is. You're absolutely right. A supporter will sit there, pray for him, and be there for him, send him money, and pay attention to the trial, and get into dialogue with different people, listen, learn, and chill out, and just pray for him and be there for him, support him, give him commissary, write him letters, send him cards, support him that way, give him comfort. That's what he needs. He don't need all this bullshit and racateo that you people are doing. It's ridiculous. Like I said, I would hate to have you people support me if I was R. Kelly. Word up. Okay? If there were no tapes, they would have released him. They couldn't convict him just on testimony alone. Irrelevant, so irrelevant, they are crazy. Yes. Dag, he brags about being at court, but misses everything said while under oath. They talk about everything not presented in court. Exactly, Karen. It's bugged out. Exactly, Indigo. Selective hearing. She said my ex has that. The DNA match by decillions. Yes, it did. I have that paperwork too. We're going to get into all that. Why didn't he take the stand? He was so guilty he couldn't even blame it on Junebug. Exactly, Karen. The DNA sample was not degraded in any way. Exactly. Faxico, plus his ass is embarrassed. Exactly. OCOV is back at it with factual information to get your mind right for Chicago. Amen, amen. MS, watermelons. What's up, Papa Bear? Hunter said, I would love for him to take the stand. Me too. Me too. Why is he giving choke no joke letters? Take the stand, my dude. Take the stand. You so mighty, you so right, you so white, you so right, right, right? Take the stand. Not only would he prove his guilt, but he would definitely make my day. Mine too, honey. Mine too. Word up. Yes, Wu testified that the odds of the semen belonging to anyone else besides Kelly are 1 in 11 decillion with 32 zeros behind it. So the DNA are exactly the same. Wu told the court. Thank you, Karen J. We're going to get into that. The conspiracies, the narratives, and what ifs won't help RSK. Exactly, Black Girl Beauty. She said her sound was low. Sorry, babe. You can hear me now? Can you hear me now? At least it's real letters and documents and no jokes. Exactly. They collected real things, tangible items to corroborate their story, to prove what they needed to prove. The DNA sample was not degraded or tampered with, so it's R. Kelly's. Yes, the police were contacted. What do you know? They were contacted in 2017. I thought they said the police was never contacted. Well, as I read, Karen J., you heard, right? And everybody else here heard, the police were contacted. The police have the DNA. They did the test and the semens were matched. Well, damn, Emma's coming in 30 minutes. What's the Saturday slaughter? We're not trying to slaughter R. Kelly over here, mama. We're just trying to debunk the lies. You know, that's all it is. Are you doing a comedy show, mama? Nice. Send me the link later. If I get a chance to check you out, I will. Miss April. Yeah, did you guys block that guy? Yeah, I hope so. Thank you. You did. Okay. Exactly. I spoke earlier. Exactly. The prosecution didn't even have to retest the DNA, so it definitely was him. Who was the father of the sex offenses? Exactly. He was the father. But he doesn't need to be active in the community to victimize other minors. Exactly. I hate the day I met some of them. Lord, mama. You know, we're meant to meet people and then they're meant to leave our lives for reasons, girl. The reading of these transcripts make them mad. Let's go, OCOV. Yes, yes. I got a whole row, girl. We only on the third document. I got time today. They stuck on Az when Az not even a Chicago case. Facts. He not taking the stand because he lying. He don't want to be embarrassed when he has a tantrum. Thank you, Atmos. Thank you, Poppy. Take the stand, R&B King. Love you too, Atmos. No slaughter. Yes, no slaughter. We're not slaughtering over here. Nah. I'm just going by the black and white and throwing it out there and letting it be known we don't do lies over here, okay? We don't do lies. We do facts. April, I agree. I've met a few of them whose lives have been taken over with this RK saga. Literally addicted, lonely people, no family or friends ever around. Wow, they find attention at any cost. That is absolutely right. I agree with you, Candy. All right, baby, 15 more minutes, mamita. So let me get into the next paperwork. So, as I said, it matched his semen, right? Let's see if there's anything else in here about the DNA. Let me. I might sound like I'm repeating myself and stuff because in a lot of the transcripts, you know that they ask certain questions and they repeat questions over and over again. But I'm going to keep repeating so that you guys can see that it was in different paperwork on the things they spoke upon when it came to the DNA and as far as the whole thing with Faith Rogers and her having herpes. I didn't get to finish Angie's whole live. Okay, so I think this is the end. Yeah, this is the end. All right, so we're going to stop that one. Okay, the next one is on the 19th. Okay. Okay. The next one I said was the 19th, right? Okay. Okay. 19. All right. All right. I think that's good there. Let me just. Okay. Let me go up. All right, guys. So, like I said, I'm going to scroll through the paperwork. All right. Now, this one here is the trial, and it is day 2 of the trial, which is August 19th of 2021. And here we are, I believe this is Geronda Pace's testimony. Let me just double check what we're doing. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, this is the, okay. Let me see where we start here. All right, so here they were talking about releasing the transcripts. Let's get to the show on the roll. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay, we're going to continue. Thank you. Okay, you're reminded. Okay, first, our clerk needs to remind our witness. You're reminded that you're still under oath. Witness says, okay. Okay, so first witness, as we know, is Geronda Pace. Okay, and here is direct examination by the government, Ms. Geddes. Okay, so it's going to start with Geronda Pace. Let me see where we get to any info that I needed to just get into, because as we all know, this was a lot. So I just wanted to make sure you guys know what documents I'm pulling up. And I only highlighted certain points that needed to be pointed out as far as DNA and things of that nature that's being debated. So, okay. I'm just trying to make sure here. All right, guys. Sorry that there's no sound in the background right now. Like I said, just bear with me, guys, okay? Just bear with me. We're just going through everything. Now I don't remember what page that shit was. So I'm just trying to go over everything. Make sure I didn't skip anything. You know what I'm saying? I want to make sure we get this right. Make sure we get all this information correct. Okay? So that there won't be any fighting and there shouldn't be any more explanations on this. Okay? Oh, okay. What is this now? All right. So now we're up to where Geronda Pace is being cross-examined by Canic. So this is what I'm going through now. So in case if I pull up something, it'll probably be here. Or let's see. Okay, so this is still cross. Okay, we're just going to refresh everybody's memories of the transcripts and what was said about DNA evidence and where the DNA evidence came from, what exactly was the item. Okay, sidebar. Right, they're having a sidebar. Okay, cross. She's still in cross. Okay. Let's see. Sorry, you guys, but y'all know that these pages are long as hell. Oh, here we go. Okay. All right, so now Geronda Pace is cross-examined by Canic. Okay. This is on page 317 here. Line number 5. The question was from Canic. Canic asked her, Geronda Pace. He asked her, and you said that there came a point in time that you used the t-shirt to wipe the spit off your face and the semen off your face. Am I correct? Geronda Pace says, yes. Then he asks her again, and that was the t-shirt that you wore over there? Am I correct? Yes. Where did you wear? What did you wear home? My t-shirt. The same t-shirt? She said, yes. Then he asks her, so you'd been in control of that t-shirt from that date until you took it to your lawyer. Am I correct? She said, that's correct. So the day that happened to her, she took off, her shirt was off. She grabbed her shirt, wiped her face off, took off the spit, the saliva, wiped off the sperm, and then she put her shirt back on so she could go home. Can you understand that, Debo? And anybody else out there that don't understand what happened? So then he asks her, so you'd been in control of that t-shirt from that date until you took it to your lawyer. Am I correct? She said, that's correct. Now, do you know whether or not anyone ever ran a test to see if your DNA was on that t-shirt, to see if that shirt belongs to you? She said, not that I know of. Then Kanik says, so the only information that we have that this t-shirt belongs to you is your word. Am I correct? Then Ms. Geddes objected to that. And then the judge said, sustained. Mr. Kanik said, if you can find a convenient place, well, this is it. Then the judge said, ladies and gentlemen, your lunches are here, so I am going to excuse you for lunch. Please again, I know I say that, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. All rise. The court, okay, everybody can have a seat. Okay, Ms. Geddes said, can we let the witness leave, Your Honor? The judge said, yes, I keep forgetting. Go ahead. The witness steps down and exits the courtroom. And then the judge said, all right, just in terms of scheduling, how much longer do you have? Okay, let's see. She was telling him, you need to hurry up with her. He's like, I'm horrible at this, Your Honor. Judge was like, all right, but we have a witness who is ready to deliver a baby at any moment. And so I am going to ask you to be economical or more economical in your examination of the witness. Mr. Kanik said, will do, Your Honor. Then the judge says, I think it's in everybody's interest to get this witness finished. And to the extent there is any redirect, I expect the same thing. So I know you can't determine how much redirect you have, but think about it. Okay. Then she says, another question that I have for you all, generally, is there seems to be a number of exhibits that you seem to agree can go into evidence. If you can't agree on them in advance without the need to lay a foundation, that will also move things along. All right. As interesting as it is to hear foundation questions, if there is no dispute about the particular pieces of evidence, let's just agree on them. All right. We will return at 2:15. Okay. Housekeeping matters. Okay. Oh. Oh, this is when, ha! Ms. Geddes blew it up. She said, Your Honor, can we raise some of the housekeeping matters or do you want to wait? The judge said, yes, go ahead. Ms. Geddes says, it has come to our attention that Mr. Farinella issued a tweet. I don't know if that's the proper use on Tuesday of this week that, in our opinion, is a violation of local rule 23.1 and indirect. The judge said, what does the tweet say? Ms. Geddes said, excuse me? The judge said, what does it say? Ms. Geddes said, the tweet says, after all, the RICO enterprise is based on a series of independent relationships and events that the government is trying to patch together, like different types of fabric and trying to pass it off as silk. And the rule provides, the judge said, I am familiar with the rule. Did you tweet Mr. Farinella? Mr. Farinella said, yes, Your Honor. The judge said, why did you do that? Didn't I specifically instruct you not to make remarks to the media? And in keeping with that rule, are you familiar with that rule, that local rule? Mr. Farinella said, yes, Your Honor. The judge said, why did you do that then? Mr. Farinella said, I did not think that that tweet was violative of the rule, Your Honor. The judge said, it violates the rule. Do not do it again. Mr. Farinetta said, yes, Your Honor. Oh, snap. She broke. All right, so let's see if there's anything else here. All right, this was all redacted sidebar. Okay. This was a redacted sidebar. So as we all know, sidebars are little personal conferences between the judges and the lawyers. All right, so let's see. What else we got here? Just trying to see if there's anything else. She mentions Bubba. Bubba. Where you at, Bubba? Where you at, Bubba? Why wasn't you there for your boy? Huh? What happened? What happened that you was not there? I think his real name is Jermaine, right? Something like that. Jermaine, why you wasn't there, Jermaine? Why you wasn't there, Jermaine? What happened? ¿Y qué pasó? ¿Y qué pasó? Why you wasn't there, man? Why you wasn't there, man? You wasn't there for your boy. Oh, what happened? Oh, what happened? Oh, what happened? Okay, and she's talking about Dominique. Okay. I'm just trying to, like I said, guys, I'm just going through it just to see if there's any other notes that were left here. I think it was just those two spots, if I'm not mistaken. This got a lot more to go, but I don't see anything. Okay. All right, and then they talk about the herpes. Who was this again? McGrath. That was the doctor, right? Mr. McGrath? Oh, yeah. Okay. We're gonna come back to this. I'm gonna go all the way up to his thing, his testimony. We're gonna go up to Dr. McGrath's testimony. All right, we're gonna come back to this. Okay. We're gonna go back to McGrath. So I'm gonna leave it so that I can come back to this paperwork. All right. I'm sorry, you guys. Be patient. Thank you. You know, I'm doing my research here, and I'm okay. Here we go. Chris McGrath. Okay, so we're gonna leave it here. All right. Okay.
And was drugged and got raped. So how do you get a Mann Act for a person? That's what we saw right here. You know, we wouldn't have to debate any of this shit if they would open up the courtrooms to the public. The fucking voice on the situation than he do now. He should have never even went in there.
In the courthouse?
Hell no. He should have never went in the courthouse. He should have just he should have said, I refuse to go. I
Now,
bet
see,
you
now
if you
what
would
you're
refuse
bringing
to
up,
go.
you're bringing up things that may come up as a constitutional matter or what have you. I don't know, but I'm just
I'm
saying.
bringing the constitutional matter up just to say that his rights was violated. That's the only reason I brought that up. With the
right,
shit.
you're talking about right. But I'm telling you, that's what I'm talking about. I'm trying to give examples of how an emotional argument can lead to a legal basis, right? So that's what I'm saying. You're saying that, but you're actually saying you know his rights or whatever.
Yeah,
could
on
have
the First
been,
Amendment.
you know, and and to let people know, you could be guilty as hell, but if somebody's rights were violated, they can be set free.
Yeah, it should have been. I promise you, if they allow 38 people in the courtroom, they can't tell us. You know, I'm gonna tell you something too, man. For all these motherfuckers who don't know, when I made it in the courtroom, I got there at about 4, 5 in the morning. You wait outside to 8. That's, you know, I ain't even 8 yet. Now I'm in this building and there's 2 niggas there that's not R. Kelly. But they ask you, do you need protection? She said, what's protection? You know, I had my own case pending. So he's going to direct you where I'm going.
You'll just be mentioned as a part of the circumstance as to what happened. They shit they say on TV.
They had a dirty ass blue shirt up.
I'm telling motherfuckers thinking that law and order and all they shit they say on TV.
So a profile match.
What's
a profile? What is a profile?
Because listen, because DNA.
If Darlene April would have stuck with me, we would have motherfucking already had to run the page. Proceeds going to profile is
you
from
gonna
Webster
get some good
Dictionary.
Point, but you coming up with some shit. Well, and a goddamn, them people on the other side, they're gonna look at you. They're gonna turn their head to you, and they're gonna be like, finish him.
Can I see? Can you pull up profile? The word through Webster Dictionary and my JoJo.
You always trying to pick a word and here this is what the.
I'm just saying, can we look up
like
profile?
Pick out what it is.
Look up profile
no, I
through
don't
Webster
give a fuck about that. Pick out say
How about we look up? Can we look up DNA profile through Webster Dictionary? Let's just see what it say for DNA profile through Webster Dictionary.
DNA profile through Webster. DNA. No, we're gonna do DNA profile and see what it comes up with. Not this
through Webster Dictionary. What's the terminology? We want to know the terminology.
We're gonna do DNA profile. Fuck with
Webster Dictionary version though. The dictionary version.
No, you
can only read.
DNA. No, I'm gonna pull it up. I've just pulled it up. I don't want to hear none of this. We're gonna read it right off the goddamn screen. Where is it? Where? I just pulled it up. Hold on. Here we go. It says DNA profiling is the process where a specific DNA pattern called a profile is obtained from a person or sample of bodily tissue. Need I read any fucking father? Even though
we it's obtained by a person.
Hold on. Put your mute. You be quiet. You be the fucking quiet. Nope. Put you on mute. You asked for it, you get it. Even though we are all unique, most of our DNA is actually identical to other people's DNA. However, specific regions vary highly between people. Meaning, all this little shit right here, all this him, genotypes and all this shit, this is what I'm talking about. That's how they match it up. They rule you in and rule you out. That's simply what they're doing. Ruling your ass in, ruling you out. When it comes to putting a kid on your motherfucking ass and all that bullshit, whatever, of course they're gonna, they include the probability somewhere in the motherfucking lab, medical lab and shit. But because the courtroom probably isn't motherfucking Lori, Amari Povich and shit, they probably either throw it in or throw it out. But they ruling you in or ruling you out. And being that when you have, just say some cases of rape, a case of rape, right? You're trying to along with all the other evidence that says that this man raped you, you get a rape kit, and it comes out that it has a DNA probability, and it's high probability. See, the person also, the probabilities, it's high, this and that. This is shit you don't know what's going on the lab. I'm going to tell you. High probability. Means a high motherfucking probability that your ass raped me. That's what it means. It's more to it than some Webster Dictionary shit, but I'm trying to get you to understand. Go ahead.
Now, when a woman is raped, not on CSI, not on New York Undercover, fact is heavy.
Okay, check this out. Okay, put a period in right there. A comma. Okay, see what you just said? All right. All of that, let's say that, because I've heard something like that. Let's say all of that is factual. This is why they bring in evidence to back up evidence. Meaning, okay, we got that out there, right? But we also gonna say that look at this. We got R. Kelly here in the middle. And we got all these people that allegedly contracted herpes that was involved with R. Kelly. As another bit of evidence to bolster what the doctor has said. R. Kelly done showed up with some motherfucking herpes. Why you on the screen twice?
My phone had that. It told me the temperature was high.
Oh. All right. That's still you up there?
Yeah, run that back by me. I want to hear it.
Okay. So you said that, and I think everybody pretty much on both sides agree on what you said was right. They said that he got, I don't know about the false positive thing, but I think somebody said on both sides or whatever that he never tested positive for herpes. I'm not sure, but he treated him for herpes because everything that came, that every bit of evidence and he had showed that he probably most likely had herpes. Now you have that as a piece of evidence. Then couple that to all them women that allegedly was involved with R. Kelly have a herpes breakout. And these are people, let me see, they've gotten herpes involved with him at different times of his life.
All right. So now this document is from the third day of the trial on August 20th of 2021. And in here, Ms. Geddes is addressing the court. Okay? And in here, she says to the judge, Your Honor, previously admitted Government Exhibit 241, subject to connection. That was that blue T-shirt that Ms. Pace identified as one that she had used to wipe semen from her face. The government is prepared to call 2 witnesses next week who will testify that there was, in fact, semen found on the shirt and the semen matched that of the defendants. Your Honor, previously admitted subject to connection, but I believe it should be admitted period because The witness identified it as the t-shirt that she used to wipe off the defendant's semen. The defense counsel claimed that they wanted to challenge the chain of custody, but any challenges to chain of custody go to weight, not to admissibility. The government is planning to call additional witnesses who will establish a chain of custody. But I want to be able to call the DNA witnesses next week, and I'm not sure that those other custody witnesses are going to testify before them. Then the judge says, I don't think you would have any objection to that, do you? It is true, essentially, that the chain of custody issue is this. It is true, essentially, that the chain of custody issue in this circumstance really will go to weight, not admissibility. But they are planning to establish it anyway. You can take your mask off too. Then Mr. Canick says, Your Honor, I would maintain my objection. I certainly would not object to the witnesses testifying without that chain, without that custody chain. The judge said, okay. Mr. Canick said, okay. Judge said, and then, it sounds like whatever objection you have will be, if the government can do it, will be made moot by the testimony of the chain of custody people, assuming they can. So I think we are in agreement about that. Then Ms. Getty says, so that exhibit is now in evidence. Mr. Canick said, no. The judge said, it is still subject to connection. It's fine. Your DNA people can testify. Ms. Getty said, okay. The judge said, it's not a thing. Ms. Getty said, okay, thank you, Judge. Mr. Canick said, Your Honor, while they are talking, can I run out? And the judge said, yes. Ms. Getty says, I have one other procedural matter. I'm sorry. Okay, and then they talk about this, that, and the third. All right. Blah, 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 blah. Labor Day. Okay, they're just talking about that. All right. Yeah, let's see. So the government let him know he had an objection, then he had no objection after, because the judge said it's being admitted. That's what we're going to do. We're going to admit that evidence. So she let it in. Okay. Okay, I think we're almost done here. I think that's it for this page. For this document. Yeah. All right. Next document to come up and talk about is, let's see. Let me just double check and making sure. Sorry, guys. Bear with me, y'all. Bear with me. Thank you so much, by the way, guys, for sticking around with me. Y'all already know. I love y'all. You guys have patience for the diva when she's late. Patience for the diva when she's got to pause. Patience for when there's dead air. Okay, you know, I'm trying to get all the facts together, y'all. So let's finish this while I'm continuing.
You know, you got what Geronda allegedly was involved around 2009, 2010. Some of the other girls back 4 or 5 years back, you know, from, you know, this year. And so you got other evidence that bolsters the case that he most likely has herpes.
Okay, no.
There are there are certain things in your body or certain reasons why a false positive on any test can occur. It happens on pregnancy tests. It happens on other stuff. So that isn't just, and knowing that, that's why they always come up with evidence to support other evidence. I said that before they would start, you have putting out the word inextricably intertwined. I said a year or so ago about evidence to support other evidence. They cross each other, they support each other, and they will box your ass in.
Oh, so but this is my rebuttal to that. You say that these women that dealt with this man, when this man never said he dealt with these women. Now, why is the women that this man dealt with, from Sarah Johansson, the white girl, shout out to the white girls out there, you know I love you, especially if your name Tara, especially if your name Sarah. Now, why Sarah Johansson don't got herpes? Why Drill don't got herpes? Why Portia Williams, who going around saying she was engaged to this man, she don't got no herpes? Now,
first of all, Debowski, we don't know if they have herpes. They've never come out to say, listen, I got herpes, and I think R. Kelly gave it to me. Or just came out and said, listen, I got herpes. That's nobody's motherfucking business. Okay? Except for the people that they are trying to be involved with. Those are the only people that should know. And not everybody could get herpes, even if you sleep with somebody who has herpes. They have to be having an outbreak. They have to be having symptoms in order for you to get sick. Now, in this document is from the trial of the Eastern District of New York trial for R. Kelly. And it is on the date of August 24th of 2021. And in this document, we're going to talk about the herpes situation. Okay. And as we know, Jane is one of the girls who was saying that she has herpes, right? So let's see what they were talking about with herpes. Now, in this paperwork here, we're on page 1164. And this is Jane, as we all know as Azriel. She's being cross-examined by Mr. Canick. Okay. Okay. All right. So here she says, Mr. Canick had asked her, it's multiple mistakes as far as you're concerned, correct? Ms. Getty says, objection. The judge said sustained. Mr. Canick continues and asks a question. Now, you testified and told the jury that there came a point in time that you learned that you had herpes. Do you remember telling the government that? She said, correct. And then Mr. Canick said to her, and you told the government that it was my client who gave you the herpes, am I correct? She said, that is correct. Mr. Canick said, okay. Now, during the course of time that you stayed that you were with Mr. Kelly, family members came to visit you. Am I correct? She said, that is true. Then Mr. Canick said, and how often would they come visit you? She said, seldom. And then he said, and they would have their cameras with them, their phones. Am I correct? She said, not that I can recall. He said, well, wasn't there a time that your sister was at the studio taking videos and pictures? She said, yes. And he said, and how long was she there? She said, I believe she was in Chicago for less than 72 hours. Okay. All right. So that was that. Hold on. Let me see if there was anything else here. Let's continue with this shenanigan here.
Now, the doctor, huh?
I don't know who. I don't know.
We only know we had herpes that took the stand. That would be Faith Rogers, Geronda Pace, and Israel Clary. But Drill don't have herpes. Portia Williams didn't say she had herpes. Kitty Jones didn't say she had herpes. Shanti McGee didn't say she had herpes. Lisa Van Allen didn't say she had herpes. Sparkle didn't say she had herpes. So, you know, Dolores Richardson, the wife of Gary Sherfield, she didn't say she had herpes. And we know R. Kelly, through his 30 years of performing, has slept with more than 5-10 women that came and pointed the finger at him. The point of this is to say that, going back to what I said with these informants, that doctor treating this man for something that he didn't need to treat this man for, who knows how he was able to manipulate that through insurance companies, who knows how he was able to manipulate that through a self-sufficient business, is a doctor. Now, when the government put the pressure on you for manipulating paperwork, now you here testifying, breaking the HIPAA law, going against something that every doctor, priest stands for, all because, in my belief, you had already been put in a predicament where you needed to produce informant ass shit. Now, after you done did this, they still letting you operate in Chicago under the disguise of a doctor when you was giving out pills, according to the accusers, to people that wouldn't even prescribe. So how much other stuff have you gave out in the streets of Chicago as a doctor to people that's not prescribed to even have this stuff, from Xanax and anything else? See, they didn't let us know what this dude was caught up in that led to him being on the stand. I'm pretty sure if he went under no pressure, he wouldn't have testified. Because if what they're saying is true, when not under pressure, you're a criminal. You're a criminal that's giving out FDA-approved drugs to women and who knows who else in the entertainment industry.
Well, and let me shout out to all the people, the smart people that come up through here that drop information on us. Now, Miss Fassa Marion says Robert didn't have herpes too. That's from sex. And she had another follow-up statement. I have to go with y'all as experts. You have to come through him with a high level of understanding. And the herpes one, every human has one few blisters. I have to go with what she says. I don't know. This is not the herpes. The herpes. Shit, I don't know what to call it. This is not the herpes motherfucking investigation services over here.
was like, I don't know what the fuck, but that's what they saying. Right, okay. Let me all right. Now this paperwork is from 8/25/21, August 25th, 2021 of the R. Kelly trial. And here, the court, as we know is the judge, says, but what's the theory you're objecting to it? Why? Mr. Farinella says, Your Honor, the judge says, just speak into the microphone if you could. Mr. Farinella said, so then the judge said, do you have a constitutional objection to it? Or is it just you'd rather have her in person here? I mean, is there any? Then Mr. Farinella says, there's a constitutional objection, Your Honor. I believe she will be the witness. She's one of the witnesses in the chain of custody with regard to the DNA sample that was presented. The judge said, okay, but I mean, there's no reason why you can't do this by video. You're still able to question her. She's not in person in the court, but she's testifying and is subject to confrontation. And the only difference is she'll be on a screen as opposed to, flying in here and sitting on the stand. So I just don't understand the nature of your objection. That's all. Unless you're just, well, why? Why can't you agree to this? Also, I have to say, the chain of custody issue is really more weight than admissibility. I mean, the witness's testimony is this is her shirt and this is what she did with it. It's marginally relevant what happened to it afterwards because, it's not like it's a fungible item like money or something that you can confuse with something else. It's relevant to what happened afterward. So she's talking about the shirt and they're asking about submitting it as evidence. So the judge continues to say, if you have a theory that whatever forensic evidence is on there got there some other way, which I can't even begin to imagine what that would be, but you can surely, Ms. Becker, just let me finish. I'll give you the chance to consult, but I think it's hard to listen to two people at once. And then Ms. Becker said, sorry, Judge. The judge said, first of all, you'll be able to cross-examine her. You'll also be able to cross-examine the forensic expert about the extent to which the chain of custody affects either the existence or whose DNA it is. I presume that's what the witness is going to testify. So the traditional reasons for chain of custody, like the narcotics or something like that, really are different here. I'm not saying that you're not entitled to explore the chain of custody, but I think it's worth thinking about. What you are going to argue from that. So you can certainly challenge the witness, which I think you did about the t-shirt. But the critical part about the t-shirt is really the witness who's testifying about the t-shirt, where she got it, what she did with it, and then she hands it over to somebody. So then what were you really talking about? Is what we're really talking about is just a chain that doesn't seem to me, it's been a while since I've thought about this, but I'm not sure that there's going to be anybody who's going to testify that having it be in some other place is going to create DNA or affect whatever the forensic evidence is. So I'm just, I guess if we can get this person and she's not unavailable, then Ms. Getty says, she's not unavailable. The judge says, so, and it's certainly been done in other cases, certainly during COVID times. I mean, I know Judge Rakoff did it. I know Judge Prescott did it in the Donziger case. And it doesn't deprive you of your rights to confrontation. So that's why I just don't understand why you won't agree to it. You don't have to. It just seems kind of silly to me. Then Mr. Farinella says, Your Honor, I appreciate the court's, weighing in on this. And I will certainly, if I just may, contemplate this for a moment. The judge said, sure, and talk to your colleagues about it. Maybe I'm missing something. We're going to be here for a while, and why can't we just move things along? I think you also want to think about the jurors' time, too. I think if there are ways that we can make things more efficient without any detriment to Mr. Kelly's rights, which in my view, this wouldn't be, that's really all to the good. So why don't you think about it? Anything else before we bring the witness in and bring in the jury? Mr. Farinella said, thank you, Your Honor, by the way. Judge said, sure. Okay. Then Ms. Geddes had said, I would ask Your Honor reconsider your ruling earlier and admit government Exhibit 241. It remains our position that it has been sufficiently authenticated and any challenges go to weight and not admissibility, and that perhaps that may affect whether we're able to reach an agreement here, because I don't believe that, I think the evidence should be admissible regardless of whether this particular witness testifies. And the judge said, well, I mean, what is your position on that, Mr. Farinella? I really think that's true. I think the question is, the critical issue is what the witness said about the particular item of evidence. And, you challenged her credibility. So anything that comes afterwards really does go to weight, not admissibility. Then Mr. Farinella says, and I understand that, Your Honor. The judge says, okay. Mr. Farinella said, I understand that. The judge said, all right, good. Then it is in evidence, and maybe that will affect how you work this next part out, okay? Because there may be additional things you want to ask that witness anyway, okay? Mr. Farinella said, correct. The judge said, great. Government said Exhibit 241 is so marked. Now, 241, as we know, is the shirt, okay? Exhibit 241 is the T-shirt. All right. Now, let's see what else. All right. I think that was it for you. I'm not sure. Let me double check. Going to double check. I'm going to continue playing Angie's live there.
Herpes that will get you a federal indictment. And there's something else too. If R. Kelly gave these women an infectious venereal disease, is what they calling it, then why is these women still flaunting that shit on their social media platforms? Going out on dates, being all in clubs, being in relationships. They spreading that shit.
What,
you know what?
I see someone.
Let's just say R. Kelly was guilty. Then we need to just shut down the whole spread of this R. Kelly sexual transmitted disease that's so ferocious that it could be a RICO act. And we need to start by shutting down anybody that slept with this man. Because I ain't trying to get that shit.
Right. And if she has sex, and if she has sex, see, this lady dropping some information on us. I don't know nothing about no herpes. If she has sex and don't disclose her status, even though she is a public figure now, she will be held responsible just like R. Kelly.
Right. Exactly.
You got to disclose.
She going across state lines. She going across state lines. They promoting books. They taking them pictures.
So
the
what?
Titties looking right.
So what?
The titties looking right.
What does that have to do with anything?
That nigga might call weak.
That has nothing to do with anything.
And let me tell you something that
has nothing to do with nothing, Debo. Stop.
My mom used with me because I was.
So the girls are not allowed to live their lives after R. Kelly? Just because they have a STD that they have to live with for the rest of their lives? People who have AIDS are still out there having sex and enjoying life. There's ways that you can have sex safe and protect everybody. It's not 100% guarantee that you won't get sick, but if you strap it on and you do what you're supposed to do and let your partner know that you are sick, and you take the right precautions and use condoms and all types of contraceptives and things of that nature to protect yourself, then I don't see what's wrong with these women living their lives. It's just like anyone else. Now, if the women are having sex and they're not disclosing their STD issues with their partners, that's a problem. They could get prosecuted if the partner they were with wound up getting a disease. So if the partner they were with wound up getting a disease, then they have every right to sue. And they have every right to prosecute them and say, listen, this girl gave me a disease. She was the only one I was with at this particular time. You can go back as far as 10 years in my medical history, and it will show you that I've never had herpes, ever. Now, all of a sudden, I get with her. 3 months later, I have an issue. I go to the doctor. They're like, bam, you got herpes. Yeah, it was her. Now I'm going to complain and make a complaint and get her arrested for having sex with me and not disclosing that she had a STD. Because now I got it. Because that could have been the guy's choice to make a choice either to have sex with her or not. You have a choice. You're either going to take the risk or you're not going to take the risk. That's on you. Now, in this part of the proceedings here, it says that in open court, jury's not present. The judge says, so I know we have our witness on video, and I think we need our jurors, unless there's not anything else, I'm sure, because the witness is here. All right, so let's get the jury. And then the courtroom deputy says, all rise. The jury enters the court. The courtroom deputy says, you may be seated. The judge says, all right, I hope you had a good lunch, everyone. We are ready to proceed with the next witness, who's going to be testifying remotely. Go ahead, Miss Geddes. And then Miss Geddes starts off by saying, the government calls Veronica Jackson. The courtroom deputy says, Miss Jackson, can you please stand and raise your right hand? The witness says, should I stand? And then the witness takes the witness stand. Veronica Jackson called as a witness, having been first duly sworn and affirmed, was examined and testified as follows. The witness says yes. The courtroom deputy says, please state your name for the record. The witness said, Veronica Jackson. The courtroom deputy said, thank you. The judge says, all right, Miss Jackson, can you hear me? Miss Jackson says, yes, I can. The judge says, okay, just a few instructions. We have court reporters that take down everything that you say. So just take your time. Don't speak too quickly. And let whichever lawyer is finished, let Whichever lawyer is asking questions, let them finish the questions before you answer, so we're not stepping all over each other. And then the final thing is, if there's a question that you need to have repeated or clarified, just let me know, okay? The witness says, okay. The judge says, okay, great. Go ahead, Ms. Geddes. Ms. Geddes says, thank you. Now, this is direct examination by Ms. Geddes for Ms. Jackson. Okay. Where do you work? Ms. Geddes asked. Ms. Jackson says, Illinois State Police Forensic Science Center at Chicago. Ms. Geddes says, and what is your title at the Forensic Science Center in Chicago? She said, I am a forensic scientist in the biology section. Ms. Geddes says, how long have you worked as a forensic scientist in the biology section? She said, 13 years. Ms. Geddes says, what is the forensic biology section responsible for doing? She said, the witness, Ms. Jackson, says, we examine evidence for the presence of biological substances, such as blood, semen, and urine. I'm sorry, blood, semen, and saliva. We testify in court when necessary and document our results. Ms. Geddes says, and is the Forensic Science Center in Chicago an accredited lab? She said, yes. Ms. Geddes says, by whom is it accredited? Ms. Jackson says, it is accredited by ANAB, which is it's a long name, American National Standards Institute, American Society of Quality, National Accreditation, Board, ANAB. Ms. Geddes says, okay, and just generally, what is involved in the accreditation process? She says, the accreditation board, they come to our lab, they make sure we're operating under certain guidelines. They check things like our documentation of equipment maintenance, analysis, case files, and case chemical storage, things like that. Ms. Geddes says, can you tell the jury about your educational background? She says, I have a bachelor's degree in biology from the Northern Illinois University. Ms. Geddes says, and have you received any training or additional education to perform your job as a forensic scientist in the forensic biology unit? She said, yes. The Illinois State Police has a forensic program, training program for biology. Ms. Geddes said, how long is that program? She said, that's a year. Ms. Geddes says, and did you participate in that program? Ms. Jackson said, yes. Ms. Geddes said, as a forensic scientist, have you had occasion to analyze evidence for the presence of biological fluids? She said, yes. Ms. Geddes said, approximately how many times have you conducted such tests? Ms. Jackson said, thousands of times. Ms. Geddes said, did you say thousands? She said that. Ms. Geddes acted like, ooh, really? Thousands? Did you say thousands? Then Ms. Jackson said, thousands of times. Yes, thousands. Ms. Geddes said, and have you previously testified as an expert in court regarding the analysis of evidence for biological fluids? Ms. Jackson said, yes. Ms. Geddes said, approximately how many times? Ms. Jackson said, 18. Ms. Geddes said, Your Honor, pursuant to Federal Rule of Evidence, Rule 702, I'd like to offer Ms. Jackson as an expert in the field of forensic biology. The judge said, any objection? Mr. Canick said, none. The judge said, okay, the witness will be an expert. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll talk to you a little bit about what that means more in my final instructions. But generally, when someone possesses expertise in an area that most of us don't understand, a person is permitted to testify as an expert witness. So she went from witness to expert witness in the trial. Go ahead, Ms. Donnelly said. Ms. Getty says, thank you. Now, Ms. Getty's next question to her is, can you explain to the jury the process for analyzing a piece of evidence for the presence of biological fluids? She said, Ms. Jackson said, which biological fluid? Or just general? Or Ms. Getty says, why don't you talk about the process for looking for presence of saliva and semen? Ms. Jackson said, okay. So, for saliva and semen, we use an alternative light source to look for stains on the evidence. And when I find those stains, I take samples of those stains and use tests. The judge said, can you just, the witness said, sorry. The judge says, that's okay. I interrupted you. Ms. Getty questions her and says, can you describe the particular test that you use to determine whether saliva is present on a particular piece of evidence? Ms. Jackson said, the test that indicates the presence of saliva is our theta bis. I'm chopping this word up, guys. Forgive me. Theta bis test. Theta Debias test. PHADEBAS. Just for the benefit of the court reporter. She said yes. What is the theta beta test? It is a color change test that indicates the presence of saliva. It tests for the protein analysis that is high concentrations, usually in saliva. Ms. Getty says, and can you describe the tests that are used to determine whether semen is present on a particular piece of evidence? Ms. Jackson said, we usually use 3 types of tests. There's an acid phosphate test, which is a presumptive test. It indicates the presence of semen with a color change that approximates a protein that is present in semen is present. Then there's a P30 test, which is another protein that is present in high concentrations in semen. So it is also a presumptive test, meaning that it is similar to a pregnancy test or a pregnancy strip. So when that's positive, it indicates the presence of semen. Then we have a confirmatory test, which is a microscopic search for sperm. And that is, again, a confirmatory test under a microscope. Then Ms. Geddes asks her, and can you explain what you are looking for in the microscopic test? Ms. Jackson said, some sperm cells. Ms. Getty says, so is it fair to say that you put the sample underneath the microscope and you look for the presence of sperm? Ms. Jackson said, yes. Ms. Getty says, and in this case, were you asked to analyze a particular piece of evidence for the presence of biological substances? She said, yes. What substances were you looking for? Ms. Jackson said, saliva and semen. Ms. Getty said, Your Honor, may I approach? The judge said, yes. Ms. Getty says, I'm showing the witness what's in evidence as Government Exhibit 241. Now remember, that's the shirt. Ms. Jackson said, oh. And then Ms. Getty says, do you recognize this shirt that I'm showing you? Ms. Jackson said, I don't see it right now. Oh, I do. And Ms. Getty said, and then Ms. Jackson answers and says, yes, that is my initials and the date of my analysis. Ms. Getty says, so fair to say you recognize Government Exhibit 241, which I just showed you based on your initials that you saw on that manila tag? Ms. Jackson said, yes. Ms. Getty said, now, did you prepare notes in connection with your analysis of Government Exhibit 241? Ms. Jackson said, yes. Ms. Getty said, and do you have a copy of your report and the associated notes in front of you? Ms. Jackson said, yes. Ms. Getty says, and would reviewing that report and those notes assist you in your testimony today? Ms. Jackson said, yes. Ms. Getty said, the witness is referring to what's been marked for identification as Government Exhibit 3500-VJ-6. And with the court's permission, I'd like Ms. Jackson to be able to refer to her notes to assist her with her testimony today. The judge said, any objection? Mr. Canick said, as if it's used to refresh her recollection. The judge said, wait, you don't object to her refreshing her recollection? Mr. Canick said, no. The judge said, all right, go ahead. Ms. Getty said, thank you. Then she asks, when did Forensic Science Center receive Government Exhibit 241? The blue t-shirt that I just showed you. Ms. Jackson said, it was received in the lab February 13th, 2019. Ms. Getty's asked, what was the condition of Government Exhibit 241 when you received it? Ms. Jackson said, it was in a sealed condition. Wait. Ms. Getty's asked, and when did you receive it? Ms. Jackson said, I received it on March 8th. Ms. Getty said, is March 8th the day that you prepared your report? Ms. Jackson said, that is the day I prepared my report. I don't have my list of custody of the shirt. So I don't know the exact date that I received it. Ms. Getty says, can I direct your attention to the fourth page of what's in front of you? And it's identified as page 2 of 4. Do you see at that page in front of you? Ms. Jackson said, yes. My start date. Okay, Ms. Getty says, and what, if anything, does reviewing that tell you about the date on which you received this piece of evidence, Government Exhibit 241? Ms. Jackson said, so I did start I did start it on February 15th, 2019. Ms. Getty said, so fair to say that you had received it on or before February 15th of 2019? And Ms. Jackson said, yes. Ms. Getty said, what did you initially do with Government Exhibit 241 when you received it? Ms. Jackson said, when I received it, I made sure that it came to me in a sealed condition and it had initials and dates on it from our laboratory. And then I opened the package and looked at the evidence. Ms. Getty said, and when you say you looked at the evidence, what were you looking for? Ms. Jackson said, just looking to see if there were notable stains, looking at the manufacturer's tags and the size, and just seeing if it was damaged in any way. Ms. Getty says, and when you say you looked at it, you're referring to just using your naked eye to look at that? And Ms. Jackson said, yes. Ms. Getty said, what did you do after that? Ms. Jackson answered, after that, I looked at it using the alternative light source. Ms. Getty says, what is an alternative light source? Ms. Jackson said, it is a source, a UV light that shows stains that can't be seen with the naked eye. Ms. Getty said, what, if anything, did your review of Government Exhibit 241 with an alternative light source show you? Ms. Jackson said, it showed stains on the shirt, and there were stains by the neck area that I chose to analyze. And there were stains by the neck area that I chose to analyze. And there were additional stains as well, but I did not analyze at this time. Question by Ms. Geddes. Now, you said that there were stains that you did analyze that were by the neck area. On which side of the t-shirt did you identify those stains? Ms. Jackson said the inside neck area, the neckline. Ms. Getty said, all right, and I'm showing the witness what's been marked for identification as Government Exhibit 241B, as in boy. Ms. Jackson said, yes. Ms. Getty said, do you see 241B? Ms. Jackson said, yes. Ms. Getty said, do you recognize that? Ms. Jackson said, yes. Ms. Getty says, what is that? Ms. Jackson said, those are my markings of the fluorescent stains that I observed on the shirt. Ms. Getty said, and is that a photograph of the t-shirt with your markings on it? Ms. Jackson said, yes. Ms. Getty said, the government offers 241B. The judge says, any objection? Mr. Koenig said, no. The court said, okay, that's in evidence. Government Exhibit 241B was received in evidence. Ms. Geddes, she says, may we publish? The judge says, yes, exhibit published. Now, Ms. Geddes asks, now, Ms. Jackson, do you have a copy in the notes that you brought with you in what's been identified as 3500-VJ-6 of that photograph? Ms. Jackson said, yes. All right, so even though you can't see my screen, you can see it in front of you. Is that correct? Ms. Jackson said, correct. All right, so there is an area that appears to be identified with the number 1, A2, and A3. Do you see that? Ms. Jackson said, yes. Ms. Getty said, all right. What, if anything, did you name those 3 areas? Ms. Jackson said, 1 is Q1 stain, and 2 is Q2 stain, and 3 is Q3 stain. Ms. Getty says, okay, and where the black lines are next to 1, 2, and 3, is it inside those lines where the alternative light source revealed the presence of some type of stain? Ms. Jackson said, right, fluorescence, yes. Ms. Getty said, and again, just to be clear, this is on the inside of the t-shirt, not the exterior of the t-shirt, correct? She said, correct. Did you conduct a test to determine whether there was saliva present on any of the stains that you identified using the alternative light source? Ms. Jackson said, yes, on all 3 stains. Ms. Getty said, and did you use that same Theta Bass test that you tested about earlier? Ms. Jackson said, yes. Ms. Getty said, what did you conclude based on conducting the Theta Bass test? Ms. Jackson said, Q1 was inconclusive. So that first stain of Q1 was inconclusive. Q2 was negative, and Q3 was inconclusive as well. Now, Ms. Getty says, now, just to be clear, there's a portion on 241B, the photograph that has your markings next to the 2. Is that the area that you identified as Q2? Ms. Jackson said, yes. Ms. Getty said, and you said the other 2 areas where the 1 is and where the 3 is, they were inconclusive. Is that correct? Yes. Ms. Getty says, what do you mean? What do you mean by saying that the tests were inconclusive for the presence of saliva? Ms. Jackson said, every day that we run the theta beta test, we run a positive control and a negative control to make sure the test is working properly. And the positive control, the color change is a dark blue. Because it's a positive control, you want it to need to see saliva, or so that you know what's going to be positive. So if I do a test stain and the color, there's a color change, but it's not as deep and dark as that positive, we call that inconclusive. Okay, so Ms. Geddes says, and what, if anything, are you able to conclude regarding whether or not there was saliva present on that t-shirt or in the area? Ms. Jackson said, there was. Ms. Geddes said, I'm sorry, let me be clear. I'm asking about whether what you were able to conclude about the presence of saliva on the areas marked as Q1 and Q3. Ms. Jackson said, it was inconclusive, but that there was a color change. So based on that, if that was our only test we would run, it would go forward to DNA. So it would go to further analysis for DNA. If it was negative and there was no color change, it would not. So Ms. Getty says, now, as you sit here today, can you say whether or not there was saliva present in Q1 on Q1 or Q3? Miss Jackson said, I can say that it was indicated there. It was inconclusive, right? It's inconclusive. Miss Getty says, so you can't. And then Miss Jackson said, but there was a color change. Miss Getty says, so you can't say for sure one way or the other? Is that correct? Miss Jackson said, correct. Miss Getty said, okay. So now, did you also conduct an examination of Government Exhibit 241 for the presence of semen? Miss Jackson said, yes. Miss Getty said, and of the 3 tests that you described earlier relating to the presence of semen, which of those did you conduct? Miss Jackson said, I conducted all 3 tests on 2 of the samples, and then only 1 of these tests on Q2. Miss Getty says, okay, and so beginning with Q2, which is again, is that the area where next to where the 2 is? Miss Jackson said, it is. Miss Getty said, what did you conclude about Q2? Whether or not it showed if there was semen present there. Miss Jackson said, no semen was indicated from that stain. Miss Getty said, and how many tests did you say you performed with respect to Q1 and Q3? Miss Jackson said, I performed all 3 tests on Q1 and Q3. And then Miss Getty says, and based on your performing those 3 tests, what did you conclude? Miss Jackson said that semen was identified on Q1 and Q3. Miss Getty says, and you testified earlier that the microscopic analysis is a confirmatory test. Is that correct? Miss Jackson said, yes. Question by Miss Geddes. And did you, in fact, review samples from Q1 and Q3 under a microscope? Miss Jackson answered, yes. Question. What did you see under the microscope on Q1 and Q3? Miss Jackson said, I saw sperm cells for Q1 and Q3 for those samples. Miss Getty said, and when you say sperm, are you referring to sperm and semen? Miss Jackson said, yes. Mr. Canick said, objection. The judge said, overruled. Miss Getty said, what, if anything, were you able to conclude about the quantity of semen on Q1 and Q3? Miss Jackson said, on Q1, the microscopic rating was +3. And for Q3, the microscopic rating was +4. And then Miss Getty says, now what is the range of results that can be found as a microscopic rating? Miss Jackson said, there's the lowest, which is, well, negative, then trace, and the highest is +4. So Miss Getty says, what, if anything, is there any way in which you can describe what a rating of +4 equates to in terms of how much semen was present? Miss Jackson said, so trace would be if when I'm looking at a slide and I take the stain, the sample that I put on there, trace would be finding at least 1 sperm cell. And it's hard to find, but semen is identified. +4, +3 is looking all over and finding sperm heads all over. And then 4 is in all the fields that I look in of the sample. I'm finding many sperms. So it's easy to find. They're everywhere. Every time I move my microscope, I can see them. Ms. Getty says, And then Miss Jackson said, it's not hard to find. Miss Getty says, when you say sperm heads, what do you mean by that? Miss Jackson said, sperm cells, spermatoza. Miss Getty says, just what do you refer by the head? Is there a head and a tail? Miss Jackson said, it's the sperm cells. Sorry, sperm cell. It's the sperm cell. It's the sperm. So I see the sperm. Miss Getty says, what did you do once you had determined that semen was present on the areas you marked as Q1 and Q3? Miss Jackson said, just photographs of the shirt and the stains and samples to go forward for DNA analysis. Miss Getty says, and in Government Exhibit 241, which is now in evidence, there are some cut holes in the t-shirt. Are those holes cut from where you cut the samples for Q1 and Q3? Miss Jackson said, yes, for the test, and then for further to send to DNA, yes. Miss Getty says, now, did you conduct the DNA analysis on the sperm that you identified on Government Exhibit 241? She said, no. Ms. Getty says, no further questions. The judge said, okay. Cross-examination. Mr. Canick came out and said, none, Your Honor. The judge said, okay, all right. Thank you so much. You are excused. The witness, okay, thank you. The judge says, thanks a lot. The witness says, okay, bye. The judge says, okay, are you ready to call your next witness? Okay. And that was that one. And that was the 25th of August of 2021 for the Eastern District of New York trial for R. Kelly. Now let's see what you guys are saying here. You're in the bushes, shawty? He's desperately searching loopholes. Yeah. Okay. DNA profiles that are tampered or degraded can be done on ancient remains, on dinosaurs from millions of years ago, and ancient remains. Smart people know that. My teenagers know that. All right. Grasping at straws, yeah. All right, hold on. Let me, I forgot to pause the video.
It shows you that you can't
R. Kelly, she needs to prosecute her Uncle John, whom she by R. Kelly's entourage.
And the other DNA came from the shirt. Conceited or something. Did not crawl. Hold on. Okay, what I was doing, I was joking, but
I don't want to hear no unmute R. Kelly in the next.
Every Tuesdays and Thursdays, right? Which is the long and kind of gang with my, with my friends, because I would never was, and we still friends now, and that's the whole basis. That was of what I was talking about. One of them anyway. But it does. How much money you got, or who you get, kind of, sometimes can sway the outcome of what happens to your eggs. So what I'm saying, hold on. Samoka said the DNA was proven by 1 decillion amount, which is and it is a number.
They never gave no number. She just making some shit up.
Well, I'm just looking at
and Quasia, I hope I'm saying that right. When she said, do you think the government is lying? The fucking government was lying when they said them dudes killed Malcolm X because the motherfuckers just woke as free men after all of us have been told throughout history that them the people that shot that man down in the ballroom. The government killed Fred Hampton Jr. In Chicago in his sleep, and then told us that he fired a shot at them when it was clear as hell he was asleep.
All right, I got you.
So the government is not impeccable from telling a lie, especially when they taking an enterprise that's worth about $1 billion. When you read that whole R. Kelly New York federal indictment, skim through all the salacious dumb shit, calling him daddy, wear some jogging pants, all this goofy shit. Get to the last 2 pages. And it says that they would like to confiscate anything that's pertaining to the R. Kelly brand if this man is convicted. Now, if the government ain't a lie, then I don't want to hear no unmute R. Kelly within the next 10 years. Because these so-called accusers, they're not going to get no money unless they play his music. You know, already took 100 devices. That's the stage, the lighting, you know, the rest of the equipment that we will be asking for upon his release. But y'all already took that shit. If you want some motherfucking money, you're going to have to play the motherfucking music. That's the only way. So what you suing? Sony ain't going to pay you shit. You trying to ride this man royalties? O.J. Simpson didn't even give up his royalties. I bet you the government play that man music because they gonna want to make money off of it.
Rescue. Club Blues to the rescue. Hold on. Keep on talking, Debo. Hold it down.
Okay, so the feds lying about this one.
Okay. Hey, Granny. What's up, Mama? Wait, did I pause it? Yeah, okay. All right. So now, Debo was saying something about Alexis. I'm going through the comments. Lord. Nothing. Exactly, Granny. Nothing they're doing is helping. Nothing. You know, over here, we're just giving information. That's it, that all. I'm not trying to help these girls and their case. We don't have no evidence to help them with. We weren't there. The only thing we could do is read black and white, pay attention to interviews, listen to interviews, read articles, go through documents, pay attention to the trial, and give our opinions and support the girls. Sit in the back and cheer them on. That's it. That's all. We can't do anything for them. The same way y'all can't help R. Kelly. We can't help them either. So stop with the shenanigans already. Lord have mercy. Like, what? Right, mine as well. You know? Crazy. Bottom line, a certified doctor diagnosed him based on his expertise. Doctors consider many factors besides tests to diagnose and treat symptoms of any illness. Exactly, big black girl beauty. They're not going to get up and proudly say that they got herpes. Of course. But they have to disclose their information to their partners. When they do decide to want to have sex, you must disclose your stuff. Right, the doctor said it was herpes. He treated him and the girls exactly. Exactly. It's safe to assume that if they're unprotected sex, that everyone he came into contact with was infected. Not everyone. Debo, not everyone slept with R. Kelly unprotected. Everyone slept with R. Kelly unprotected because R. Kelly did not like to wear condoms, and every last girl that he slept with said that. R. Kelly does not like to wear condoms. But, like I said, the only way someone will get herpes is if he is in the middle of an outbreak. That's how. Yeah, we do need him to listen to himself, Robin. Debo, what is your highest level of education? 7th or 8th grade? I know, not high school. My highest level was 10th grade, y'all. 10th grade, okay? 10th grade was my highest level. I didn't go to the 11th to 12th. I was a fool. I didn't stay in school. I was definitely a fool. Kids, please stay in school. And that's right. R. Kelly kept going back, asking for the meds for himself and the victims. That's right. Common sense says the meds were relieving him from his symptoms. And they were. Exactly. She's... You get a blue pill and a Happy Meal. CVS? Walgreens. It was Walgreens. The Walgreens was right next to the McDonald's. The Walgreens. Yeah, crazy. A stranger takes a young girl to the doctors but never tells the patient what they are being treated for, but yet he's not infected but gives the girls pills to take. What's the meds for, Debo? Yeah, exactly. Hey, his lordship. What's up, puppy? You in the background listening? Okay, my love. They lived in houses rented by his sheriff until those houses were foreclosed, girl. Uh-huh. They were Flintstone vitamins. Oh, my God. And who stays in that situation if they allegedly could just get up and leave at any time? And where do you go with no money or transportation? Facts. Especially when you are locked in rooms and sprinters half starved. You can't leave right away. You can't, especially when you have a guard watching you. One stop shop. That's right. Walgreens and Rock and Roll McDonald's on the same street. Okay. He had it all. He had it all. One stop shop. He called the doctor so much and the doctor called the pharmacy so much that the doctor remembered the phone number by heart still till this day. How about that? Because he said the last time he gave him medicine was right before he went to jail in 2019. The doctor did say that. By this time, who don't know they have herpes? Like, really? For real? Like, not all of them. Like I said, not all of them, but a lot of them do. What's up, 100? 100. Granny. Okay. Hey, Fantasia. What's up, mamita? What's up, mommy? You realize on the devil? Oh my God. We miss Larry. Yes, we do. We love us some Larry over here. Larry, we miss you, Larry. Brother, we miss you, brother. Exactly. Debo's in denial. Yep, 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 yep. All right. All right. They hate numbers and reading. Facts. All right, so now the next paperwork, I got quite a few things here, so I'm going to try to go as fast as I can, y'all. All right, now this one here was direct examination on August 26th of 2021, the R. Kelly Eastern District of New York trial, where he was on trial for racketeering in the Mann Act. And in this point, they are direct examining, the government is direct examining Mr. Arnold. Now, Ms. Geddes, right? It was Ms. Geddes, ¿verdad? Yeah, Ms. Geddes. Ms. Geddes acts as Mr. Arnold. Right? It was Arnold? Yeah. Ms. Geddes asks Miss Arnold, are you familiar with the Avenues Mall? Mr. Arnold said yes. She said, where is the Avenues Mall located? Mr. Arnold said in Jacksonville. Ms. Geddes says, Florida? He says, yes, Jacksonville, Florida. She said, what, if anything, do you recall happening at the Avenues Mall involving the defendant and a female guest? Mr. Arnold said, the Avenues Mall is the mall in Jacksonville we went to every time we were in town. There was a store called BELK, I think, that we parked on that side where BLK was. And there would be guests. And guests would come in and out. We could pull up there so that we could pull up there so that the guests could go in there and go shopping, or else somebody could arrive to the mall to be escorted onto the bus or into the mall. Do you have a specific memory of an incident that happened at the Avenues Mall involving a specific female guest? Mr. Arnold said, there was a guest that lived in Jacksonville that was a frequent visitor or traveler that came to shows or stuff. Ms. Getty says, what was her name? Mr. Arnold said, that's Alexia or Alexis. Ms. Getty said, and you said that she was a frequent traveler. What do you mean by that? Mr. Arnold said, meaning that she would be in Jacksonville. She'd always be at the Jacksonville show, or else I may have booked a flight for her to another venue, or else she came to Chicago. She had been a guest in Chicago. Ms. Getty says, now, was one of your responsibilities during the time that you worked for the defendant to arrange travel for the defendant's female guests? Mr. Arnold said yes. Ms. Getty said, how would you do that? Mr. Arnold said, at one point we had a travel management company that we would book all flights through. When we stopped booking travel through them, I would book the flights on Orbitz. Ms. Getty said, what was the name of the travel company that you used? He said, Preferred Travel. Ms. Getty said, and over what time period did you arrange travel for the defendant's female guests? Mr. Arnold said, I don't know when it started for sure, but I probably arranged some travel while we were still at the chocolate factory in Chicago. So probably around 2003, 2004. Ms. Getty says, and did you continue to arrange travel? Mr. Arnold said, yes, off and on until 2011. Ms. Getty said, when you stopped working for the defendant? He said, that's correct. Ms. Getty said, what, if anything, would you request? How would it come to be that you were arranging travel for a particular female guest? Mr. Arnold said, by direction of Mr. Kelly or someone that I knew, that the directions came directly from him through, so directly or indirectly from Mr. Kelly? Ms. Getty says, what, if anything, did the defendant say that would cause you to arrange travel? Mr. Arnold said, he would tell me to book travel for a certain person, or else I would ask. I'd say so and so call to ask for flights, and he would say book travel for them. Ms. Getty said, so did you receive communications from some of the defendant's female guests looking for you to arrange travel for them? Mr. Arnold said, there was times in which I was asked. Primarily, the direction came from Rob to book travel for somebody. Ms. Getty said, what, if any, information did the defendant provide when he wanted you to book travel for him? Mr. Arnold said he would give me either their number to contact them or tell them that to expect a phone call. Ms. Getty said, and when you arrange travel for a female guest, what, if any, information would you get from that guest? Mr. Arnold said, in order to book travel, I would need their name as it appears on their ID and date of birth. Ms. Getty said, do you recall an occasion where the defendant had appendicitis? Mr. Arnold said, I do. Ms. Getty said, in what city were you when that happened? Mr. Arnold said, Miami. Do you recall why you were in Miami? Mr. Arnold said, it was a Super Bowl. Ms. Getty said, do you remember what Super Bowl it was? Mr. Arnold said, I do. It was the Bears and the Colts. So it was 2000 and 2005. Ms. Getty said, all right. Was it the Super Bowl when the Colts played the Bears? Mr. Arnold said, that's correct. Ms. Getty said, fair to say, you look unsure, but you tell me, are you sure of the date that the Super Bowl occurred? Mr. Arnold said, unsure of the date, sure of the teams that participated. Ms. Getty said, and where was the Super Bowl held? And Mr. Arnold said, in Miami. Ms. Getty said, and when the defendant had appendicitis, where, if anywhere, did he go? There was a hospital in Miami that we went to. I don't remember the name of the hospital. Ms. Getty says, all right, but it was in Miami. He didn't return to Chicago. Is that correct? Correct. The hospital was in Miami. Did you travel outside of the United States with the defendant? I did. Where did you travel to? We went to South Africa and Nigeria. We went to Angola, Ethiopia, Uganda. We did a European tour where we went to Switzerland, Amsterdam, France, Germany, and the UK. And the last trip I took was to Gabon. You testified that you traveled to South Africa. Do you recall when you traveled to South Africa with the defendant? Mr. Arnold said, we went twice. the first time in 2009, I believe in June or July. And then for the World Cup opening ceremonies in 2010. Ms. Getty says, do you recall how long the trip to South Africa in 2009 was? Mr. Arnold said, I'm not sure. I believe it was 2 weeks. Ms. Getty says, do you recall whether the defendant had a personal lawyer when you were working for him? Mr. Arnold said, yes. Ms. Getty said, what was his name? Mr. Arnold said, Eddie Jensen. Ms. Getty says, have you been to his office? He said, yes. Where was his office located? In Chicago, in downtown Chicago? Who, if anyone, have you brought to the defendant's personal lawyer's office in downtown Chicago? I brought Rob there. I brought Daryl McDavid there. I believe I brought June Brown there. We made some frequent trips there. I'm not entirely sure everybody I would have brought there. Ms. Getty says, fair to say, there may be others that you brought to that office? Mr. Arnold said, yes. Ms. Getty said, during that time period that you worked for the defendant, did you always receive the paycheck that you believed you were owed? And he said, no. She said, what happened? Okay. All right. That was the end of that. I'm not going to continue to read that because that's just about the fine and all that. Let me see what else. If there was another page. So let's continue listening to Debo while I search.
Ain't never said or think the feds can't lie. Hell yeah, the feds lying about this one. You giving me a DNA profile match? No, motherfucker. Give me what Murray give me when I cut that shit on at 2 o'clock. Give me 99.999%. Give me 98.99%. I get it, but I'm just saying. and if you're a professional doctor that's going to testify, and I done drove 12 hours for this shit. I didn't come here for no maybe. You know what a maybe is? A maybe is not for sure. Maybe I can. Maybe I will. Maybe I might. That's not for sure. I didn't come for a fucking maybe. The doctor told us that the test results was negative for herpes. You didn't test them again?
Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. They don't play on Club Blue to the rest, motherfucking cute. And keep in mind, Club Blue got people on both sides on it. Hold on. Let me take this down. I just saw it. I just synced it, Debo.
Anywhere it go, I promise you. All these R. Kelly accusers, y'all keep playing. I'm gonna put together a cold ass team of Negroes that's gonna take y'all down, surviving these girls out here who slept with R. Kelly, passing infectious venereal disease to black men. You know what I'm saying? We'll get y'all ass up out of here on everything. We'll kiss you, whatever. Get y'all ass up out of there. Because I guarantee you, y'all crossing state lines with that shit.
So what?
They
can cross any way they want.
Fake ass Levi. I surely am. Look at this bullshit he said. Listen to this, y'all. Before I put this shit on up here, so I can go ahead, because baby, we deal in paper. Hold on. Let me tell you what the fake ass Levi said. Fake ass Levi said, I know they ain't mentioning Jacksonville in this bullshit. Hold on. Fake ass Levi said, may the lullabies of 100 angels wings comfort you and keep you as you drift off to sleep. Good night, my princess. Who the hell is this? You better not be one of these old crazy motherfuckers off this sector. Now, if you are, go ahead on somewhere else. And if you ain't crazy, thank you. I ain't interested, but thank you. But that was real nice. Fake ass Levi. That was real nice, honey. Yeah.
And you know what? I think a couple males from this R. Kelly sector need to get around Israel, and we need to bring a class action lawsuit on her for going across state lines, passing that shit. Her, Faith Rogers, and charge them with the R. Kelly Act, where it should be a whole new type of disease that's out here. You know, they got herpes, they got crabs, chlamydia, HIV, and the other stuff, and they got a whole new disease that's a RICO Act. If you got that shit from R. Kelly, that's an infectious venereal disease that'll get you a RICO Act like R. Kelly. And anybody that has sex with him should be liable to and held to the same standards as him if they cross the state lines carrying some shit that put motherfuckers at risk like that.
Oh, okay. Well, let me see. Who the hell is this him? Okay. You know, and for some reason, I want to read. I don't know. Did anybody remember who Alexis was? But she is involved in Jacksonville, Florida in this shit. Hold on. Who was that? Hold on. Let me, I just want to read it because I'm going to get to the part. I'm going to stop when we talk about the DNA part, but I just want to read about this Jacksonville, Florida shit. Okay. It says, New York. It says, R. Kelly's sex trafficking trial entered an 11th day Thursday with testimony from a new and reluctant accuser who said she began a friendship turned sexual relationship with the R&B star that lasted on and off for 9 years from the time she was 15. The witness, now 31 and testifying as Alexis, told the jury she met Kelly at a concert in Jacksonville, Florida during his Light It Up tour in 2006 when she was 15 going on 16. Kelly is not charged with crimes in connection with the Alexis allegation. She is one of the multiple witnesses prosecutors intend to call to bolster their case against Kelly as the alleged head of a criminal enterprise who sexually abused and preyed on underage girls. The witness, Alexis, testified she was invited backstage by someone in his entourage to meet Kelly following the Jacksonville concert, then met him the next day on his tour bus in a mall parking lot. She said she signed a non-disclosure agreement there. Okay, well, they had an NDA on the spot. I have been behind the scenes at the concert hall here in Jacksonville. Ain't gonna tell you what I was doing. I'm just joking, but I've been behind there, and you know, it is what it is. And he made her sign an NDA in the mall of a parking lot. I wonder which one it was. So it said, did they ever discuss her age? I may have, she said. She said Kelly seemed to be amenable at the time to a platonic friendship. Amenable, I'm sorry. Alexis acknowledged under questioning by prosecutors that she did not want to testify at the trial. And she had hazy memories of when and where alleged sexual encounters with Kelly first began and her age at the time. Let me write this down. Hold on, because I got something.
Hazy memories, don't know her age. Come on, man.
Hold on. Let me add this in. Appeal. Hold on.
And people like you, Mocha Duchess, you just eat shit like that up and you don't question nothing. You don't question shit. Y'all just like that lady FTN Bay running around here talking about Duty Low raped her son, and it's all a lie.
Dude, can I print the article before you get into scenario number 30? Okay, so it says, it says, I don't recall how old I was, she said. It's hard. It was 16 years old. Now, see, there, I haven't even gotten down into this now. Now I already wrote this down as an appeal reason. Okay, how often did they have sex? She was asked. I don't really recall, she said. She said her first sexual contact with him was at his suburban Chicago home, but they didn't always have sex when they met. Okay, let me
What's up, Dev?
I can recall the times I done had sex with the regular men that was just that. Okay, I can remember I can tell you when it was. I can tell you how old I was. I can tell you the setting. I can tell you how we got there. And I'm way over her ass. Let's keep going.
That just means, Angie, that she had a lot more sex, girl. You know, we don't always remember all the guys we slept with. I don't remember all the guys I slept with unless they were really good or they were like the loves of my lives or something like that. Other than that, half them niggas, I didn't give a fuck. They was just a name on a list. A name on a list, okay? So you see how she's talking about Alexis here, and how I just read a little something about how Mr. Arnold knows who Alexis is. Mr. Arnold dealt with Alexis, traveling with, having her, you know, go fly in and fly out. And that's what Angie was talking about here. So let's finish. Give me a moment because I'm working in the background for my family. So give me a moment, okay, guys?
I don't know who, Alexis, I'm not bashing you, this and the third, but as you know, I'm just, we are in the post-conviction relief phase of it. And I'm just trying to identify, you know, appeal reasons, emotions, and shit like that as we go. You know, that's a defense thing. I've already talked about some of them. I just added this to the list. Okay, it says she was sometimes concerned about being recorded. She testified, such as a time she, Kelly, and others and his entourage were at a McDonald's sitting around eating and joking on a video. Now, my question to y'all, with evidence, let me write this down, hold on. With evidence this flimsy, and of course, if these are uncharged acts, so it's probably not, it's not going to carry the weight as a charged act was, because if so, it would most likely be a charged act.
Yeah, but
you have, hold on, Debo. Do you think that these, and I'm not on screen now, so do you think that they should have this should have been admissible even as an uncharged act, knowing that this is the stuff they use? Uncharged acts is what you use to bolster charged acts.
40 some uncharged acts.
Right, but something this flimsy. It's not even saying, like, you know, and we're gonna look at Alexis and see, write her down, and see what was it that they used as evidence to confirm her story. We're gonna see what she used. We're gonna see, because remember, I was trying to figure out why what,
and it was 22 uncharged acts, not 40, 22. Here we go.
So we're gonna see what Alexis had to confirm her story. So, okay, so it says she said she became pregnant in June 2010 and stopped talking to Kelly. 2 years later, she started seeing him again. And okay, so she June 2010. She just 11. Okay, 11 years. Right now, she's 31, so they've been 20. Okay, all right, she was of age. All right, 2 years later, she started seeing him again. In 2015, after she began a relationship with someone else, she said, I kind of cut ties. As her partner relayed in a text to Kelly, wanted to be a wife. Wait a minute, let me read that again. 2 years later, she started seeing him again. In 2015, after she began a relationship with someone else, she said, I kind of cut ties. And as her partner relayed in a text to Kelly, wanted to be a wife. And as her partner, what the fuck is that? Okay. It says, but she testified she also still harbored feelings for Kelly and continued to attend occasional concerts in Jacksonville. She lived here, y'all. Where did she live here? Okay, it says, despite her reluctance to testify, Alexis' testimony echoed that of some of the complaining witnesses who had already testified against Kelly, including allegations of grooming by inviting girls backstage at his shows, getting them to sign NDAs, and paying for flights to join him on the road and at his Chicago home. Kelly's defense team did not cross-examine Alexis, so they didn't cross-examine her, so they conceded or something. Did not cross. Hold on. Okay.
Well, cross-examine her. She, is already showing that you are just piling on and using overreach of the law.
It could be for another reason. Hold on. Okay, it says the trial started late on its 11th day Thursday with the testimony from a DNA expert about what he found on a blue T-shirt one of the R&B stars' accusers said she saved. Federal prosecutors also called other technical witnesses to testify about what they found during the searches of devices such as iPhones, iPads, and laptops. First up, when the trial resumed behind schedule in the federal courthouse in Brooklyn, the result of historic storm flooding in the region was DNA expert Yang-Fei Wu, who examined the blue T-shirt that accuser JJP testified about on the first day of the trial. Pace, then a teen, recalled her last day at Kelly's home, saying he spit on her, slapped her, and choked her until she passed out after he flew into a rage because she texted a friend. After oral sex, she said, he used her blue shirt to wipe semen from her face and saved it. Wu told the jury he compared DNA known to be Kelly's from a cheek swab to DNA found on the T-shirt. They are exactly the same, Wu said. What are the chances that two matching DNA samples could actually be from different people? Wu said the random match possibility is so remote it would occur only 1 in 11 decillion, meaning 33 zeros, meaning that is higher than, trillion, whatever. So that's where the possibility number came in. So let's see. Okay.
What's up, Connie
On
King?
examination by Kelly's attorney, Deborah Cannon, Wu acknowledged he did not know the origin of the shirt or whether it had been, for example, stolen. You don't know where the shirt came from, Kannick asked. No, Wu said. Next, prosecutors. Okay, so that kind of kid puts that to bed, Debo.
Okay.
So, I was trying. Hold on.
But her lawyer said that she didn't show up with no. Her lawyer said she didn't show up with no shirt. Her lawyer said she never showed up with no shirt when she came for the lawsuit.
We're gonna talk about what the point you was trying to make. We ain't talking about we ain't going to another scenario yet. So, and that explains what I was trying to tell you about a DNA profile. You had to have somebody's DNA profile to compare it to something. So they extract two DNA profiles and they're showing that it matched.
It was a match, Debo. It was a match. I just went through it. Now here, this is for the trial, August 31st of 2021. And in here, they are examining, direct examination by Miss Shihata for Faith Rogers. Now, everybody keeps saying that she testified and she said something about her having herpes when she was like 17 years old or 2017 or whatever it is. Well, let's just go through a little bit of that just to see what was said, okay? So now we're in direct examination by Shihata. She's the district attorney for the government. Now the judge begins by saying, indicating the defendant, Mishihata asks, when and where did you first meet the defendant? Faith Rogers answered, I first met him in San Antonio, Texas, at the Tobin Center. Mishihata said, what was going on at the Tobin Center that day? Faith said, he was performing. Mishihata said, do you recall around when it was that you were at the Tobin Center? She said, around March 2017. How old were you then? She said, 19. To your knowledge, how old was the defendant when you met him? She said, 50. Mishihata said, after meeting the defendant in 2017 in San Antonio, did you thereafter begin traveling to see the defendant after that? Faith said, yes. Mishihata said, when you saw the defendant, were there occasions when the defendant engaged in sexual contact with you? Faith said, yes. Mishihata said, around when did you first travel to see the defendant? She said, around May of 2017. Mishihata said, around when was the last time you traveled to see the defendant? She said, around February of 2018. Mishihata said, at any point during the time that you communicated with and traveled to see the defendant, did he tell you he had herpes? Faith said, he did not. Mishihata said, at any point during your sexual interactions with the defendant, did he wear a condom? Faith said no. Mishihata said, did those sexual interactions include sexual intercourse? She said, yes. Mishihata said, during the course of the time that you saw and communicated with the defendant, what, if any, different sides of the defendant did you see? She said, Faith said, I got to see a compassionate side of him, emotional side. He wasn't always bad. He wasn't always mean, very normal. Like sometimes I felt like I was conversating with somebody I went to school with my age. Mishihata said, what other sides did you see of him? Faith said, I also saw him there. Well, I also saw him. There were times where he would flip, just extremely calm, then go to like being super sexually hyper, just different phases, just depending on how he was feeling in the moods he was in. Mishihata said, stepping back for a moment, how old are you? Faith said, 24 years old. Mishihata said, where did you grow up? Faith said, San Antonio, Texas. Mishihata said, how far did you go in school? She said, I finished high school and I have some college experience education. Mishihata said, how long were you enrolled in college? Faith said, about a year. Mishihata said, when did you leave college? I just decided school wasn't for me. Mishihata said, do you have any siblings? She said, I do. Mishihata said, how many siblings do you have? She said, 6. Are some of those half siblings? Faith said, yes, I have 5 half siblings and 1 full-blooded little sister. Mishihata said, what do your parents do? She said, my mom owns a daycare. My mom owns daycares. My dad is a supervisor for the school district as well as a pastor. Mishihata said, directing your attention to March 2017, how old were you again at the time? Faith said, 19 years old. Mishihata said, you testified that in March 2017, you attended a concert. Is that correct? Faith said, correct. Miss Shihata said, whose concert did you attend? She said, R. Kelly. Miss Shihata said, again, where did that concert take place? She said, San Antonio, Texas, at the Tobin Center. Miss Shihata said, showing the witness only government's exhibit 508. Do you recognize this? She said, I do. What is this? She said, the Tobin Center. Okay. Now, I'm going to read a little more. I'm going to go into other stuff. Okay. I'm trying to find it. In the meantime, let's continue.
So they're not comparing.
Where did the shirt come from?
Hold on. If somebody the DNA came from his cheek, and the other DNA came from his shirt.
Where did the shirt come from?
That's another scenario. We ain't on that one. We're on the one that you that sat on the ball of your ass.
The shirt came from her house.
Okay. Okay. You know, you got me there.
Back to DNA. How you pussy this? I like shit like this.
But what I recall, because I showed up late, what I recall is her attorney saying she had never seen that shirt before, and then she never bought the shirt.
Remember when I started?
And Geronda Pace never said that.
About emotional argument, but can have a legal, can touch upon something legal or have a legal basis. These are the kind of shit he's talking about. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about no emotional arguments, talking about somebody lied and this, that, and third. That does nothing for me or nothing for a lawyer on a case. Can't do shit with that. So what I'm saying is you have to have questions like these. You don't have to, if you can go in a little detail, and like I remember when I say, when y'all send these lawyer stuff, when you have questions, and it's emotional questions, but you can form some type of legal argument about it, especially when they're going to argue post-conviction shit and through motions and appeals. You got a little bit of leeway to kind of expand on your argument.
Now, this is continuing with Faith, direct examination by District Attorney Shihata. Now, she asks Faith, now, at any point before the defendant penetrated you that day in the hotel room, had the defendant told you that he had herpes? Faith said, no, he didn't. Ms. Shihata said, had he told you he had any other sexually transmitted diseases? Faith said, no, he didn't. Did he use a condom that day? Faith said, no, he didn't. Now, I think you testified that at some point during the interaction in the hotel room, you noticed an iPad. Is that right? She said, correct. And you noticed it recording. She said, correct. And you also testified that during your interaction, the defendant was saying things to you about how to moan. She said, correct. And what to say. She said, correct. Do you recall anything about what he told you to say? She said, Faith said, I like it, Daddy. Things like that. Ms. Shihata said, now, after the defendant left the room that day, what did you do? She said, after he left, I took a shower and got back into bed. I had called on my best friend at the time, told her how the interaction went because I really was just wondering if it was off. Was it me? So I got her opinion on it. Ms. Shihata said, and what else did you do that day? She said, after that, nothing else. Ms. Shihata said, at some point, did you contact anyone you knew in New York about meeting up? She said, yes. And who did you contact? She said, my former high school best friend. She was there for a track meet. And what, if anything, did you agree to do with your friend in New York? We had agreed that since we both were in New York, we would meet up for lunch. And after you, by the way, was that a female friend? Faith said yes. And after you made plans with her, what, if anything, did you do? She said, I had let Diana know what I was planning on doing. Miss Shihata said, and why did you do that? Faith said, because he had told me to inform her of anything I was going to do or needed. When you say he, are you referring to the defendant? She said, correct. Miss Shihata, may I approach, Your Honor? The judge said, sure. Miss Shihata said, I am about to show you what's been marked for the identifications as Government Exhibit 208B. Okay. Then Ms. Shihata said, do you recognize Exhibit 208B? She said, correct. And if prior to your testimony here today, have you had an opportunity to look through the Government Exhibit 208B? She said, yes, I have. And is it an 80-page document? She said, it is. And does this consist of screenshots of text messages between you and Diana Copeland from May 18th, 2017 to February of 2018? She said, yes. Ms. Shihata said, I moved to admit Government Exhibit 208B. The court said, any objection? Mr. Kanik said, none. The judge said, okay, that is into evidence. Now, let me, I was trying to find specific things in here, guys. Oh, here we go. Now, Ms. Shihata asks, these were all the things that he said to you. She said, yes. Ms. Shihata said, what, if anything, did the defendant say to you about seeing you again? Faith said, he said he wanted to see me again. He told me again, just let him know when he was ready. Double check with him on the days, things like that. Ms. Shihata said, did you in fact see him again? Faith said, I did. Ms. Shihata said, where did you see him again? Faith said, I saw him in Chicago in June of 2017. Ms. Shihata said, where did you travel to Chicago from? Faith said, from San Antonio, Texas. She said, who booked your flights? Diana. Who paid for them? R. Kelly. About how long did you stay in Chicago? About 2 days. Where did you stay in Chicago? She said, I stayed at a hotel. Who paid for the hotel? R. Kelly. After you arrived in Chicago, did you recall how you got to your hotel? She said, Uber picked me up from the airport and took me to the hotel. Who arranged for that Uber? She said, Diana Copeland. Did you see the defendant the day you arrived in Chicago? She said, I did not. Ms. Shihata said, when, if at all, did you see him? She said, the following day. Where did you see him? She said, I saw him at Chicago studio. She said, I'm showing you what is in evidence as Government's Exhibit 503A. Do you recognize this? She said, yes, I do. What do you recognize this to be? She said, the studio. Is that studio that you saw the defendant at in Chicago in 2017? She said, correct. Okay. Let's finish. I want to get to the certain points that I was trying to get to because there's a lot. All right. All right. So now Faith says, I really was just again confused. We didn't really get to talk much that time. It was really rushed. So I felt like he had something to do. So after I went to the mall, brought some lingerie, and he never saw me again on that trip. Miss Shihata said, at any point on that trip, did the defendant tell you he had herpes? She said no. Or any other sexually transmitted diseases? She said no. Where, if anywhere, did you go after you left Chicago? Faith said back to San Antonio, Texas. Ms. Shihata said, how, if at all, did the defendant and you keep in contact after the Chicago trip? Faith said texting, calling, FaceTiming, consistent conversations the same as before. Nothing changed. At some point after the Chicago trip, without saying what you read, did you come across a negative article about the defendant? She said, correct. Around when was that? Faith said around July of 2017. Ms. Shihata said, at some point, did you have conversation with the defendant about those matters that you had seen? Faith said, correct. We had a conversation. It wasn't direct. It was through text. And I had noticed that he would normally call me in the morning or whatever, and his calls and texts had slowed down. So I texted him and said, I hope you're okay. I didn't really accuse him of anything. I didn't ask. I just said, I hope you're okay. I know it's a lot that is going on. He texted me back and said thank you and to pray for him. And that right now, a lot of people were against him. And he was like, he wouldn't have to cheat anybody. Ms. Shihata said, did you see the defendant after that? She said, yes. Where did you see him again? She said, after that trip, I saw him again in Dallas. Around when was that? She said December of 2017. Ms. Shihata said, about 6 months after you saw him in Chicago. Faith said, correct. Ms. Shihata said, how did you travel to Dallas? She said, Diana arranged for my plane ticket to be booked. Ms. Shihata said, where did you fly to Dallas from? She said, San Antonio. Did Diana book your flights? Faith said, she did. Who paid for your flights? Faith said, R. Kelly. About how long did you stay in Dallas? Faith said, I stayed in Dallas for about a 3-day trip. Ms. Shihata said, where did you stay in Dallas? She said, at the Statler. And Ms. Shihata said, is that a hotel? She said, yes. Who made the hotel arrangements? Diana Copeland did. Who paid for the hotel? R. Kelly. I'm going to continue. So as you can see, R. Kelly paid for the travels. Miss Copeland arranged them, or whatever other assistant was available, right? Now here, it says that Faith had answered, I guess that he trusted me. Well, the question was, Ms. Shihata said, what was going through your head after the defendant told you these things? Faith said, I guess that he trusted me. Mr. Kanik said, same objection, Your Honor. Ms. Shihata said, it's her own thoughts. The judge said, thank you for telling me that. The objection is sustained. Ms. Shihata said, after he told you to get dressed, did you say anything? What to get dressed for? Faith said, he said we're going out. He's asked me what there was to do in Dallas since I was from Texas. And I told him there were hookah bars open on Sundays late. Ms. Shihata asked, after you got dressed, where, if anywhere, did you go? Faith said, we went downstairs to his room. He sent me downstairs to his room after we got dressed. Ms. Shihata said, the defendant took you downstairs. Faith said, correct. Ms. Shihata said, did you know where you were going when you were leaving your hotel room? Faith said, I was under the impression that we were leaving. And Ms. Shihata said, like going out? Faith said, heading to the hookah bar. Correct. Ms. Shihata said, what happened when you got to the defendant's hotel room? She said, when I got to R. Kelly's hotel room, he was knocking on the door. He didn't just go in. He opened the door, and there was another woman in the room. Ms. Shihata said, how, if at all, did the other woman greet the defendant after the door opened? Faith said, she said, "Hey, Daddy." She had a big smile on her face and she kissed him. Miss Shiata said, "What happened next?" Faith said, "He turned to kiss me." "And what, if anything, did the defendant say?" Faith said, "I was like, you're going to kiss me after you just kissed her?" He was like, "Yes." He reminded again, that's how they greeted. Miss Shihata said, "Did the defendant say anything about who this woman was?" Faith said, "He introduced her to me as Joy." Then she said, "I'm showing you what is in evidence as government's exhibit 78. Do you recognize this photo?" She said, "Yes." Miss Shihata said, "Who is this in the photo?" Faith said, "Joy." Miss Shihata said, "Was that the woman in the room that day?" Faith said, "Yes." Miss Shihata said, "What, if any, discussion did the defendant have with you and Joy withdrawn?" First of all, what kind of hotel room was it that you went to that day that Joy was in? She said, "We were in his hotel suite." And what, if any, discussion did the defendant have with you and Joy in the hotel suite? He quickly introduced us. He said, "Joy, Faith, Faith, Joy." He said, "You all get to know each other just like that." Ms. Shihata said, "When he said you all get to know each other, did he have any other instructions about that?" Faith said that he just reminded me again, they don't discuss their boyfriends, things like that. Things that he said, quote, unquote, were disrespectful to him. Ms. Shihata said, "So what, if anything, did you discuss with Joy?" She said, "When me and Joy had a conversation, our conversation was not really a two-way conversation. She kind of just looked at me from up and down. She said, literally everything I had on, she said she liked. I like your hair. I like your shoes. I like your jeans. I like your shirt." Literally from top to bottom, complimenting me. Oh boy, that's crazy. We're just refreshing. I'm reviewing and going back in time on certain things so we can debunk some of these things that were said. Zabowski had a lot to say, and I understand you love your guy. I get it. You're trying to make him look as innocent as you think you want him to be, but we all know he's not. He was convicted on 9 counts, 1 racketeering, the rest with the Mann Act. Okay, so that's the end of that one. This one is 9-1.
You can include shit like this. And then when you send somebody, you send a lawyer something like this, the shit we've gone over, Devo and I have gone over. When you have a perspective, you don't have to attach one, but it kind of gives somebody that's reading it an insight on what you're thinking. If you can send it over like that, you're going to save that. Even if he might not use it, you're going to save that attorney a lot of time going through bullshit. They make and form an argument better. An attorney that's on the case is always going to be better than motherfuckers that's not. Debo and I are motherfuckers that's not. So when you send it to them, they can probably craft a legal argument or a basis around your hypothesis, around what you're thinking coming from your feelings. This is a good example of what this live
So let me go ahead and correct that. You know, the DNA test from the shirt, they did say it was a profile match. I came in on the end of that. I did hear them say there was a profile match, but I didn't know what they was in reference to because I came in late. Moving forward, though, the lawyer that came on after Jerome Pace took the stand, they asked her, has she ever seen that shirt? And she never had seen that shirt.
Yes, she did. What are you
Nobody
talking
had
about?
seen that shirt before. This lady
She said she had it on.
All these years later. A.
She
and
left
B,
with that shirt.
She jumped the gate to even be at his home where who knows what she could have stole, took, or anything else. And after suing this man, she gave his quote unquote entourage $4,000 out of the settlement check.
So what? She gave Dominique money. She gave Michelle Gardner money.
They gave her that shit.
She gave her mother money.
I already posed to you before how many of these women was taken advantage of by R. Kelly's entourage and not him. R. Kelly's indictment in my mind belonged to Demetrius Smith.
Demetrius Smith? What?
Hog-tied women according to his sister. Demetrius Smith was an adult man hanging with teenagers.
What?
Demetrius Smith
took
Tiffany Hawkins to Susan Loggins, which started this whole Ponzi scheme. And it is my belief that Demetrius Smith is the true father of Tiffany Hawkins' 3-year-old daughter.
What? No, that's not it, honey. Nope. Lord
have mercy. So I have another interesting question. It says, even if it's his DNA, how can a stolen shirt be admissible? So listen, the stolen part, that is what the defense have to prove. They have to prove that the shirt, some kind of way, however they're alleging that the shirt was stolen. Do they have a story of, how it's, and listen, that would have been powerful. Just thinking right off the cuff, that would have been powerful if they could have said, I'm proving some kind of way that shirt was stolen. But here's the thing, right?
We all know that shirt was not stolen. Geronda Pace came into the house with that shirt. She left the house with that shirt. Hey, Miss Rogers. Hi, Mommy. How are you, baby? I'm about to read some of more Faith's testimony because some of these people are retarded, Mama Rogers. You know. So we got to give them the facts, Mama. Matter of fact, Miss Rogers, do you have a wrench? I don't know if you have a wrench. So let me go see if you have a wrench. Let me give you a wrench so you could be protected on this page. And if you need to, hey, Vanetta and Mama Rogers, if you need to block somebody or delete somebody, you can go right on ahead. Hey, R. Kelly's dog head. What's up, Mama? All right. Let me give Mama Rogers a wrench. Espérate. We love you, Mama Rogers. We here for all them ladies. We are here. Let me go to my phone because that's the only way I can do it. Let me get to my phone. Mama Rogers, do you remember when I used to jump on your IG page? Do you remember when you would do your lives when you first started coming out on Instagram? And I used to come into your chat and you used to always yell at me because of the things I used to say. You were always like, Stella Bella, your words, Stella Bella. I didn't know you were like so religious. You know what I mean? I didn't know of you at that time. And so you were always yelling at me like, Estelle, Stella Bella. Okay, girl. Okay, girl. Do you remember that? You do? It was so funny. I used to be like, damn, I forgot. I got to watch my mouth. I got to watch my mouth. Oh, man. Because I was always cursing out R. Kelly on her page. And, she she feels the way she feels, but, she's not gonna, be all crazy on her Instagram. So I just, I was like, fuck him, beat that, what? And, but she was like, Stella Bella, please. I love you, girl. Thanks for supporting me, but watch your mouth. Watch your mouth. That was then. This is now. Mama, I got my own platform now. So if you don't mind, I might curse a little bit, okay, babe? As long as you're okay with it, okay, mommy? Yes, and we got your back. You already know. Shit. All right, so now I'm going to continue to read another part of Faith's testimony, which she's in a direct examination of District Attorney Shihata. So in this part, she was asked by Ms. Shihata, and when did you see him again? And Faith said, I saw him before my flight back out to Texas. Ms. Shihata said, and was that actually withdrawn? And she withdrew the question. She asked again, where did you see him again? She said, at the studio. Ms. Shihata said, the same studio you had been in before? She said, correct. And how did you get to the studio that time? Faith said, Diana had called an Uber to pick me up and take me to the studio. Ms. Shihata said, and what happened when you arrived at the studio? Once I got to the studio, it was just him and I. Again, Diana walked me to the room. She was already there. Excuse me. So I met her at the door. She walked me to where he was. This time he was listening to his music, so I caught him in the middle of just working. We were sitting down. He didn't ask me. This time he didn't ask me to strip as soon as I walked through the door. This time he was a little more calm. It seemed like he wasn't hypersexual like what happened yesterday. It didn't seem to affect today. So I didn't really get a bad feeling. He was playing me music. He had offered me something to drink. That was, I would say, a better moment. It didn't feel as forced. It felt natural at the time. She said, not long though, into the conversation, he just reminded me again, like he was like, I still have a lot to teach you. And in the middle of our interactions, we were listening to his music. He gets up and he just pulls out his iPad, and he starts recording us. And he's like, come sit next to me. So I was sitting next to him or across from him. And he's just like, okay. rub daddy's head, look at me like he's directing my movements, just sitting there. He's telling me to sit up straight again. And okay, he's like, just staring at me. Just stare at me. And he's like, just stare at me. So what I thought was like a better moment, it's just kind of got like really awkward. Miss Shihata said, and what room were you in when these events transpired? She said, we were in the studio. The same room that you had initially been taken to the day before? She said, correct. Okay. Right? I'm trying to get to where they were trying to ask Faith about, they were questioning her about her having a boyfriend. All right, let me see. I'm trying to get through it. Like I said, I highlighted some certain points, guys. So let's finish listening to Angie and Debo in the meantime while I'm scrolling.
It's stolen. Okay. It's stolen. It has his DNA on it. She has it in her possession. All right. He does DNA test. It comes back to be his. And all that does is disprove, call into question one portion of her story. If I'm not mistaken, it's some other stuff. So what I'm saying is, when it comes to impeaching somebody's testimony, or finding someone, the judge can order that the judge can order that the jury not listen to the entire testimony or just a part of it. So, and normally, it usually happens more than often. Normally, they tell you to just don't listen to or don't consider this particular portion, okay? Because it will
run based on family.
Okay. All right. So Miss Shihata had asked Faith, and what do you recall about that? Faith said, after I left, I sent him sort of an apologetic text. I didn't really say too much, but I just let him know, I was embarrassed. I just really didn't know what was going to happen, if he was going to be mad. Like, there was no conversation. I didn't know how the chapter was ending. I didn't hate him. I was going to go about my business. That was the plan. I just hoped he didn't have any harsh feelings to me. So I apologized to him. I tried to get a response. He never replied. Well, he did respond, but we never spoke after that on another romantic level. Ms. Shihata said, did you have any concerns regarding anything that the defendant had related to you? She said, yeah. Once I had got back to San Antonio, mind you, I'm from Texas, so the climate is very hot there, even in February. So when I got back to Texas, maybe like 3 days after I got back home, I was coming down with a cold, and I thought I just had the flu. And on the 4th day of having a cold, my mouth had bumps everywhere, and my tongue was inflamed with bumps. My mouth, it looked disgusting. I had went to urgent care because my other sister's a nurse, and I had sent her a picture of my mouth, and she said, that looks like herpes. So I'm freaking out. Mind you, my parents are like, what's on your mouth? And that was the first thing that made me be like, ugh, okay, I gotta go see what this is. And I went to urgent care, and they had tested me for herpes, and it came back positive. So she went to an urgent care and it came back positive. I didn't. I kind of was in shock. So I always go to my OBGYN every 3 months. I was on birth control. So I get the depot shot and they test you. That is very true. I went through the Depo-Vera shot every 3 months as well. And yes, they had to test me as well. So she's right. But I needed her to just check me then. So she gave me a pee test and a blood test and confirmed that I did have herpes. Yeah, because it showed up in her blood. And what, if any, understanding did you have about what type of herpes you had? Faith said, at the time, she told me I had type 1 herpes. So I didn't know what herpes was. That was my first time learning that there was 2 different types. I had type 1. Now, after you learned you had herpes, what, if anything, did you do? I reached out to him a couple of times. He never texted me back. When you say you reached out to him, who are you referring to? She said, R. Kelly. And why did you reach out to him? She said, I wanted to know if he knew like what this was, or if he knew like anything. It was just like I came home. We weren't speaking and boom, I find out I have herpes and you said nothing to me. I really just wanted him to maybe give me answers on how to fix it, or just acknowledge like he did it. I knew it was him, and he just totally like cut off communication with me and wouldn't respond to me. When I was texting him, I wasn't saying, text me back, I know you have herpes. I was saying, let's have a conversation. He would not reach back out to me. And why did you want to have a conversation with him? Faith said, I wanted to discuss my STD status. Ms. Shihata said, and did he respond? Faith said, no. Ms. Shihata said, after receiving no response from the defendant, did you contact the lawyer? Faith said, correct. Ms. Shihata said, and why did you do that? Faith said, because there was no other way for me to get resolvement in this. Ms. Shihata said, and the lawyer you contacted, was that a lawyer in Texas? She said, correct. Where were you living? She said, where you were living? She said, correct. And after contacting a lawyer in Texas, did you and the lawyer go to report anything anywhere? Faith said, yes. So shortly after I had obtained the lawyer, he heard everything that happened between me and Mr. Kelly. He had let me know that it's actually illegal for somebody to give you a STD and they know. Then Mr. Canick says, objection. The judge said, well, sustained as to that. You had a conversation with the lawyer, and what happened next? Faith said, after my conversation with my attorney, we went to Dallas police first, and we tried to get some type of resolvement there. They told me that because the basis of my... Ms. Shihata interrupted her and said, well, just while you were at the Dallas Police Department, what, if anything, did the police you met with while you were there try to do? Faith said, they had told me that I had to. Mr. Canick said, objection. The judge said, I know it is difficult. Don't tell us what they told you. Did you do something with them? Faith said, correct. The judge said, okay, what did you do? Faith said, so I called him. The judge said, you called who? She said, I called R. Kelly and he did not answer. So after I called, Ms. Shihata said, okay, so let's just stop there for a moment. When you called R. Kelly, the defendant's phone number, was that in the presence of Dallas police personnel? Faith said, correct. Ms. Shihata said, and was the plan to record that phone call? Faith said, correct. Ms. Shihata said, what, if anything, were you planning to discuss with the defendant if he answered the phone? If he answered the phone, we were going to discuss the herpes. Ms. Shihata said, and I think you testified that the defendant did not answer. Is that right? Faith said, correct. Following that, were you advised to try to make another recording or to make a recording of the defendant? Faith said, correct. Ms. Shihata said, discussing the herpes? Faith said, correct. And after you left the Dallas Police Department that day, did you and your lawyer attempt to do that? She said, we did. And how, if at all, did you try to get the defendant on the phone after that? She said, in the wee hours of the morning, a couple of days later, I had got a phone call from Mr. Kelly. I answered. We had a conversation. Ms. Shihata said, prior to that, had you sent him any text messages? She said, yes. And what was the purpose of sending him text messages? She said, so that we could have a conversation to talk. Ms. Shihata said, now and then, I think you, at some point, did you, in fact, speak to the defendant over the phone? She said, correct. He ended up calling me back. I answered. He let me know. He said, your name came up. And he said, you're the only Faith I know. He said, I just want to let you know you still have a friend in me. You really do. And I said, I do? He said, yeah. And I said, well, why you didn't tell me? Then he said, tell you what? I said, you didn't tell me you had anything. He said, well, basically, he said, if he had something, we weren't gonna discuss it over the phone, he said. I don't know what you're talking about, but if I did know what you're talking about, we're not gonna have that conversation over the phone. He advised me to come to Chicago, but this time he said, you know, you get your flight and I'll give you the money back. He said, you come up here, you meet me, and you just let me know. And I said, okay. Miss Shihata said, and did you go to Chicago?
Mom.
Faith said no.
Where's my icy and spicy?
Hold on. Okay, sorry about that, guys. My son, I had to tend to him real quick. So then she says, Miss Shihata said, did you have any intention of going to Chicago? Faith said no. When the defendant called you and you had the conversation you just described, what, if anything, did you do during the phone call? She said, I had put my lawyer on three-way and he recorded the call. Your lawyer recorded the call? She said, yes. Now, in addition to the Dallas Police Department, did you go to another police department after that? She said, correct. And do you recall where that was? She said, in New York. And was that in Long Island? She said, correct. And did you make a report there? She said, yes. Now, at some point, did your lawyer in Texas refer you to a lawyer in New York? She said, correct. And what, if anything, did the lawyer in New York file? She filed my lawsuit. And that was a lawsuit against the defendant? She said, correct. And was that lawyer's name Lydia Hills? Faith said, correct. She said, I am showing you what's in evidence as Government Exhibit 231. Do you see this envelope on your screen? Faith said, correct. And is it addressed to Lydia C. Hills, Esquire, at an address in Brooklyn, New York? She said, correct. And was that the lawyer who filed the lawsuit for you in New York? She said, correct. And was it sent by certified mail, this letter? She said, correct. And is there a name and address indicated in the top left corner? She said, yes, Robert Kelly, 219 North Justine Street, Chicago, Illinois. And just looking at Government Exhibit 231 again, am I just going to zoom in? Do you see the USPS postage on this? She said, yes. And do you see a date where my finger is indicating? She said, yes, November 20th of 2018. Now, at this point, had your lawyer already filed the lawsuit? Correct. I am showing you what's in evidence as Government Exhibit 231A. Ms. Shihata said, actually, I'm sorry, to the jury only, please. Okay. I'm going to go back. I'm going to continue. Hold on. Then, at another point, Ms. Shihata asks her, now, I want to focus on a particular portion of this letter. Do you see the paragraph, the second from the bottom, that I am pointing to indicating? She said, yes. Ms. Shihata said, and I'm not going to ask you to read the whole thing, but does it state, please advise, and then your last, Miss, and your last name, your client, to abandon this heartless effort to try to destroy my musical legacy for selfish personal enrichment? If she persists in court action, she will be subjected to public opinion during the discovery process. For example, my law team is prepared to request the production of the medical test results proving the origin of her STD claim, as well as 10 personal male witnesses testifying under oath about her sex life in support of her claim, and complete records of her texts, FaceTime message exchanges, which will be reviewed to match and be authenticated by the recipient to ensure there are no omissions or deletions. And then the following paragraph, the judge says, just slow down a little bit, please, just for the court reporter. I apologize. That's all right. And then the last paragraph on that page says, if Miss and your last name cares about her own reputation, she should cease her participation and association with the organizers of this negative campaign. Counteractions are in the development stages and due to be released soon. And do you see a sincerely, a signature, and then the name Robert Sylvester Kelly? She said, correct. All right. Now let's get to okay. Now, Ms. Shihata says, okay, and underneath those photographs, can you see what's written? Faith says, here, a sample of the real Faith. Ms. Shihata said, I'm sorry. Just remember not to say your last name. How about this? I'll read it, okay? She said, okay. The judge said, is this an evidence? Ms. Shihata said, yes, this is part of the same Government Exhibit 231A. The judge said, okay, go ahead. Ms. Shihata had said, here is a sample of the real Faith, and then your last name. Remember, she lives in Texas. So her claim of being intimidated falls flat because these pics were sent via text. Is that right? Faith said, correct. Ms. Shihata said, did I read that correctly? Okay. And below that, is there a series of 4 paragraphs? Faith said, correct. And the first photograph, do you recognize who is in that photograph? She said, R. Kelly and I. And do you recognize the room you are in? She said, yes. Where was that from? She said, in the recording studio that I was in LA. And is there another photograph right next to that? She said, correct. Is that a photograph of you? She said, correct. And is part of your breast exposed? She said, yes. And do you recall anything about where this photograph was taken? She said, I don't know where it was taken, but I know it was a picture he took of me. Miss Shihata said, when you say he, who are you referring to? She said, R. Kelly. And is there another photograph of you next to that picture? She said, correct. And in that picture, does it show an exposed portion of your buttocks? She said, correct. And then the final photograph on that road, do you recognize what that is a picture of? She said, yes. He told me to send him a picture, and I sent him a picture of my outfit. She said, so is that a photograph of text messages between you and the defendant? She said, correct. And in these are what you sent is what you sent on the left side in gray? She said, correct. And the pictures? Correct. And is what the defendant said on the right side and in blue? She said, correct. And below a photograph of you, did you write, is this better, Daddy? She said, correct. And at the bottom of this page, is there some text messages written? She said, yes. And does it state, I assure you this would not be considered a Sunday go-to-meeting dress. The next two pictures have been cropped for the sake of not exposing her extremities to the world. Yet, I'm a singer, not a doctor. So how does Miss and your last name justify her transmission of these kinds of pictures? Is that what it said? She said, correct. Okay. And then, Then, Miss Shihata had asked her, and what are these text messages? Why were you sending the text messages in gray? Faith said, the text is in April. The first one I sent that when I was in Dallas, and the one on the 21st was after he called me and said he wanted to talk. And so when you said you sent it, and so when you said you sent it when you were in Dallas, what were you doing in Dallas? She said, trying to file a police report. So that was at the time, or this was in the vicinity of the time that you had gone to the Dallas Police Department to make a report? She said, correct. And as you testified earlier, while you were in the police officer's presence, you attempted to make a recorded call and the defendant did not answer, correct? And I think you testified earlier that thereafter you contacted the defendant again via text message to try to make a recording as the police had advised you. She said, correct. Now she's still in a direct with Ms. Shihata, which is the lawyers for the government. So let's see what else we have here, because I know we've been on for some while. Oh, here we go. Because I'm trying to get to the part to where they were saying about Faith supposedly having an STD before that. And so far, we haven't seen anything like that, right? So now, Ms. Shihata says, I'm showing the witness and the jury only what is in evidence. A page of Government's Exhibit 231A, the item sent to your lawyer in New York. I want to focus on the photograph on the bottom left corner. Do you see that? She said, correct. Did you see the same scene in the video we just watched? She said, yes. You rubbing the defendant's head at the LA studio. Correct. Just turning again to the last page of Government's Exhibit 231A, you testified before the break about the text messages on the left side where you sent the defendant an address where you were. Is that right? She said, correct. That's an address in San Antonio, Texas. Correct. The defendant was not in San Antonio, Texas with you at that time, right? She said, correct. Ms. Shihata said, did you participate in a docuseries known as Surviving R. Kelly? Faith said, correct. Ms. Shihata said, I want to direct your attention to earlier, December 2018. Did you travel to New York City at that time? She said, yes. Did you travel along with someone else, alone, or with someone else? She said, I traveled with my mother and one of my friends. Why were you coming to New York City at that time? She said, there was going to be a premiere, of Surviving R. Kelly. She said, in Manhattan? She said, correct. Do you recall where you stayed when you were in New York for that trip? She said, at the Pearl. Is that a hotel? She said, correct. I'm showing the witness only what is marked for identification as Government's Exhibit 517A. Do you recognize this? She said, yes. What is the photo of? She said, the Pearl. Okay. All right. Now. Okay. I'm only on 81, Lord. Okay. I don't know, I think I'm going to do a part 2 because I still have a lot of things to go through. Hold on. I don't know if we should continue. Should I continue or should I make this another part? You're welcome, Mama. Okay, now. We're still... Okay, now we are at the cross-examination between Faith and Mr. Canick. So now it's the defense team cross-examining Faith. Okay? So now, Mr. Canick asks Faith. Mr. Canick says, and in that podcast, you discussed what were some of the things that were happening for you since Surviving R. Kelly. Am I correct? She said, correct. Mr. Canick said, and you told her that you had opportunities that came about. Opportunities, not an opportunity, but opportunities that came about for acting. Am I correct? Faith said, I don't remember saying that with her. Mr. Canick said, you know that was televised. Well, it was recorded and there is a video up. Faith said, correct. Mr. Canick said, now, after Surviving R, withdrawn. Before your participation in Surviving R. Kelly, did you have an attorney? Faith said, can you ask your question again? Mr. Canick said, before your participation in Surviving R. Kelly, did you have an attorney? She said, yes. Who was that attorney? She said, Lee Merrick. Mr. Canick said, and Lee Merrick is an attorney out of San Antonio? Faith said, incorrect. Mr. Canick said, I'm asking you a question. Is Lee Merrick an attorney out of San Antonio? She said, he's an attorney out of Dallas, Texas. Mr. Canick said, so the answer to my question is that he's not from San Antonio. She said, no. Mr. Canick said, now, did you at some point retain another attorney? She said, yes. And who was that attorney? She said, Gloria Allred. And Gloria Allred is in the courtroom with you today, correct? She said, yes. Mr. Canick said, and do you have any pending lawsuits? She said, yes. And is Miss Allred involved in those lawsuits? She is not, Faith said. Mr. Koenig said, another lawyer is? Faith said, Lee Merrick. Mr. Koenig said, now, when was it that you retained Miss Allred? Ms. Shihata said, objection, Your Honor, as to relevance. The judge said, overruled. Faith said, once the whole trial and everything came about, the criminal process started. I got legal advising from Miss Allred. Mr. Koenig said, so my question, ma'am, is when was it that you retained Miss Allred? Faye said, I'm not sure of the exact date. Mr. Koenig said, do you remember the year? Faith said, around 2019, I believe. And do you remember the month? She said, no. Mr. Koenig said, that show, that podcast that I spoke to you about is called The Paper Route. Am I correct? The judge says, it is called the what? It is called the what? Mr. Koenig said, The Paper Route. The judge said, The Paper Route? Mr. Koenig said, yes. The judge said, yes. She said, Faith said, correct. Then Mr. Koenig said, and what's the name of the hostess? She said, I don't remember her name. That was my first time meeting her. Mr. Koenig said, my question was, what was her name? The judge said she did not remember. Next question. Mr. Koenig said, your appearance there was about a year ago. Faith said, give or take, yes. On that podcast, you also discussed the choices you've made in connection with this, with Mr. Kelly, correct? She said, correct. Mr. Koenig said, well, get to it. We'll get to it. The judge says, I did not hear what you said. Mr. Koenig said, I said, we'll get to it. She said, oh. Now, Mr. Koenig said, now, before you brought any lawsuit here, you and Mr. Merrick had a demand letter sent to Mr. Kelly for money. Am I correct? Faith said, that is correct. And Mr. Koenig said, didn't you and Mr. Merrick send a demand letter to Mr. Kelly for $3 million? Faith said, that is incorrect. I wasn't aware of that. Mr. Koenig said, Mr. Merrick was your attorney. Am I correct? She said, correct. Mr. Koenig said, you retained him. Am I correct? She said, correct. And he said, Mr. Koenig said, and you're telling this jury that he sent out a demand letter for $3 million you were not aware of. Faith said, I did not read over the demand letter. I was not aware he was asking for $3 million or money. Mr. Koenig said, what did you hire him for? Ms. Shihata said, objection. The judge said, sustained as to form. Mr. Koenig said, well, you hired him to sue Mr. Kelly. Am I correct? She said, incorrect. Mr. Koenig said, you didn't hire this attorney to sue Mr. Kelly, claiming that he gave you herpes? Faith said, may I answer? The judge said, you can answer. Faith said, I hired Mr. Merrick prior, before even looking at a lawsuit, to help me pursue criminal charges against Mr. Kelly, which I got no help from. So then came the lawsuit next. Mr. Koenig said, okay, it became a lawsuit next. When was the first time you attempted to bring criminal charges against Mr. Kelly? She said, in Dallas, Texas. Mr. Koenig said, my question is, when? She said, I don't remember the exact date. Mr. Koenig said, may I approach the witness? The judge said, yes. He said, I'm going to direct your attention to this highlighted area. You looked at the document. She said, correct. Did it refresh your recollection that you went to the Dallas Police Department on April 9th, 2018? She said, correct. And you had Mr. Merrick file a lawsuit on April 17th, 2018. Am I correct? She said, can you repeat those dates again? Mr. Canick said, Dallas Police Department, April 9th, 2018. Lawsuit, well, demand letter dated April 17th, 2018. She said, are you asking me a question? Mr. Canick said, I did. And you asked me to give you the dates again. Mr. Canick said, can I have the question read back to her? The judge said, sure. Mr. Canick said, where she asked for the dates. The record was read. Faith answered correct. Mr. Canick said, now, before making an effort to file a complaint with the Dallas Police Department, had you made an attempt to file a criminal complaint anywhere else? She said, in New York. He said, what was the date of that? She said, I'm not sure of the exact date. Mr. Canick said, and when you say that you filed one in New York, where specifically? She said, I don't remember where specifically. He said, did you go to these places to file these lawsuits? These criminal? She said, correct. Mr. Canick said, and as you sit here today, you don't have a recollection as to where you went? She said, I don't know the exact location and city name. Mr. Canick said, was one in New York City? She said, correct. And was one in Westbury, Long Island? The judge says, I think I am having a little trouble hearing you. I do not know if your microphone, better, okay. Mr. Canick said, you said one was in New York City. Do you remember the date of that? She said, I don't remember the date. Mr. Canick said, wasn't that in January 14th of 2019? She said, I don't remember the date. Mr. Canick said, well, let's see if this refreshes your recollection. The top portion. No, down. She said, right here. Mr. Canick said, right there? Does that refresh your recollection? She said, yes. What's the date? The judge said, again, your microphone is not. Mr. Canick said, you said that refreshes your recollection. She said, yes. He said, what's the date? She said, January. May I see it again? He said, beg your pardon? She said, can I see it again? January 14th? Mr. Canick said, what year? She said, 2019. Mr. Canick said, and you filed another lawsuit, criminal case in Suffolk County. The judge said, she filed the criminal case or did she make a complaint? Mr. Canick said, she made a complaint to file a criminal case. The judge said, well, that is still, she had to say objection. The judge said, it is still sustained as to form. First, you cannot file a criminal case. She made a complaint to detectives in Suffolk County. Is that what you are asking her? Mr. Canick said, that's exactly what I'm asking her. The judge said, okay. Or police officer? Mr. Canick said, now, you made this complaint in June 21, 2018 in Suffolk County. Faith said, I don't remember. The judge said, you don't remember the date. You want to show her the... Mr. Canick said, yes. Faith said, I'm sorry. I'm getting confused. The judge said, that is all right. He is going to show you the date. All he wants to know is whether you remember the date you spoke to the police in Suffolk County here in New York. Faith said, correct. The judge said, does that refresh your recollection of when that happened? Faith said, correct. The judge said, when was it? Faith said, in 2018. The judge said, but do you know the specific? Faith said, June 2018. The judge said, okay, next question. Mr. Canick said, now, before coming in and speaking to us, You and I had never spoke. Am I correct? She said correct. Now, you testified and told us that there came a point in time that you went to a concert with your sister at some point that evening. You met Mr. Kelly. Do you remember telling us about that? She said correct. And you testified and told us that you exchanged numbers. She said, I did not testify and say we exchanged numbers. I said he gave me his number. Mr. Canick said, and you did not give him your number. She said, we text. Mr. Canick said, and at some point there came a point where you had conversations afterwards. She said, correct. He said, and there was an agreement or an understanding that you could visit him on some point, the road or whatever. She said, correct. In fact, he told you that whenever you wanted to, that you could visit him. She said, correct. So after he told you that, you made a decision that you would go and visit him. She said, correct. You made a choice. Am I correct? She said, correct. He said, in fact, you met him at the show and you said that you were invited to an after party along with your sister, and he made certain overtures to you at that meeting. Am I correct? She said, correct. He said, and after he made those overtures to you, you started texting. She said, correct. And eventually started speaking. She said, correct. And then eventually started FaceTiming. She said, correct. And in those communications, he flirted with you. Am I correct? She said, correct. And you returned the flirt. Am I correct? She said, correct. And then it came, he said, as said earlier, that he invited you, that if you want to come and visit, contact someone from his office. Correct? She said, correct. Okay. Let me go through all that because I got a lot more stuff to go through. Let me see what other stuff I have here. Sorry, guys, this is taking long. I know it might be a little boring to you guys, but we need to go back on some of these facts. Okay? Okay, so now Mr. Canick asks her, now, what did you take that communication to mean? She said, I understood that he wasn't married. He dates multiple people. Mr. Canick said, and he told you that in the initial part of the communication between the two of you. Am I correct? She said, correct. Now, you told us about a situation when you were dating your first boyfriend. Okay. Now, pay attention, guys. Pay attention. Because this is the thing, the debate that they're saying that she had said something about her ex-boyfriend, something about her getting herpes from her ex-boyfriend, and that she got the herpes from her ex-boyfriend. That's where it really came from. So, and also something about that she was abused by her ex-boyfriend or something like that. So let's see what was said, truly said. Okay. Mr. Canick asked her, now, you told us about a situation when you were dating your first boyfriend, that you were assaulted by his other girlfriend. Okay. Where in the fuck did anybody hear that Faith testified that she was assaulted by her boyfriend? Because here it says, now, you told us about a situation when you were dating your first boyfriend. First boyfriend. That means R. Kelly was second, I gather. Right? Right? That you, when you were dating your first boyfriend, that you were assaulted by his other girlfriend. She wasn't assaulted by her boyfriend. She got into a fight with his girlfriend. So let's fix that. Okay? She never testified that she was assaulted by her boyfriend before she met R. Kelly. She never said that. What she said was that she got assaulted by his other girlfriend. So he was cheating on her. Mr. Canick said, "Do you remember telling us about that?" Faith said, "The mother of his child, not his other girlfriend." Look, even worse, his baby mama. It wasn't even a girlfriend. It was a baby mama. Not his other girlfriend. And she said, "Yes, I remember saying that." Mr. Canick said, "There's a distinction." She said, "The mother of your child and a girlfriend. Yes, there's a distinction." He said, "Okay." Faith said, "That's like a wife and a girlfriend. Two different things." Mr. Canick said, "If I ask a question, please just respond to the question that I ask, okay? Now, you testified as a result of that you developed a problem, epilepsy, correct?" She said, "Correct." Mr. Canick said, "And you testified that as a result, you have to be careful with drinking alcohol because alcohol may trigger a seizure?" She said, "Correct." Mr. Canick said, "Now you testified and told us as well that when you went to Mr. Kelly's after party, you had some alcohol." Faith said, "That is incorrect. I never said that." Mr. Canick said, "You didn't have any alcohol?" She said, "I did not have any alcohol." Mr. Canick said, "There was an occasion where you did have alcohol with Mr. Kelly. Am I correct?" She said, "Yes." Mr. Canick said, "And you consumed the alcohol of your own choosing. Am I correct?" She said, "Can you ask that question again?" The judge said, "I think he is asking, nobody made you drink alcohol. Is that correct? Is that right?" She said, "Correct." The judge said, "Okay, next question." Mr. Canick said, "So that wasn't just one time, it was multiple times that you consumed alcohol of your own choosing." She said, "Correct." Mr. Canick said, "Now you testified and told us that you were asked by Mr. Kelly to call him daddy. Do you remember telling us about that?" She said, "Correct." "And you did call him daddy. Am I correct?" She said, "Yes." Mr. Canick said, "And in your conversation with him, you called him daddy." She said, "Yes." He said, "And in your text messages, you called him daddy." She said, "I am correct. Yes." He said, "Now, that was your choosing. Am I correct?" She said, "Yes." He asked you to, and you decided, "Yes, I can call you daddy." She said, "I respected what he asked to be called. Yes." Okay. So that's the whole thing about the daddy thing. All right. So now we know she never said that she got beat up by her ex-boyfriend. What she said was that she had got into an altercation, more or less. She was assaulted by his baby mama. Okay? She got into it with his baby mama. And because of that fight, she wound up catching seizures after that fight. Now, Mr. Canick had asked her, so after all that, after being forced to perform oral sex on him, after being intimidated by him because he had a gun next to him as he spoke to you and leaving you behind, you went to visit him again? She said, "Correct." He said, "Your choice, right?" She said, "Yes." He said, what city did you go to this time? She said, New York. He said, so New York. Now, I want to go back to something we'd started discussing before the lunch recess. Now, when you spoke to the New York police, when you filed a complaint against Mr. Kelly, you told them that Mr. Kelly penetrated your vagina and your anus, right? She said, I never said that. Mr. Canick said, may I approach, Your Honor? The judge said, sure. Mr. Canick said, read the second paragraph. And then she complies. Mr. Canick said, you read it. She said, correct, I read it. Isn't it a fact that you told the police officers? She said, what's on that paper is incorrect. What's on that paper is incorrect. He said, Mr. Canick said, I didn't ask you. The judge said, okay, first of all, let him finish the questions before you start to answer. He is going to ask you questions and let the witness respond. Mr. Canick said, thank you. The judge said, so, what is the question you want to put to the witness? Mr. Canick said, isn't it a fact that when you were interviewed by the police officers who took this complaint, you told them that he inserted his penis in your anus and your vagina? Faith said, that is not a fact. Mr. Canick said, so you didn't tell him that? She said, no. He said, and if it's here, they made it up? She said, well, that is not a fact. The judge said, well, sustained as to whether they made it up. You're saying you didn't tell them that? Is that right? Faith said, yes. Mr. Canick said, and when you were speaking with them, were they taking notes? She said, yes. Mr. Canick said, and you were the only one who were giving them details of this account that you were complaining that happened? Am I correct? She said, correct. Now, isn't it a fact that you also told them in that interview that Mr. Kelly told you that if you didn't allow, that he pushed you and said that he would not allow you to eat during the meeting? She said, that's incorrect. And if it's in here, that's an error, Mr. Canick said. And if it's in here, that's an error. Faith said, absolutely an error. Mr. Canick said, okay. And it isn't a fact that you told the detectives or whomever interviewed you that you were tested and found to be positive for herpes in December of 2017? She said, incorrect. I never said that. Mr. Canick said, okay, you never said it. And if it's in here, then it's an error? She said, 100% a error. Mr. Canick said, now, may I have a second, Your Honor? Then he paused. It was a pause. Okay, now let's I'm not going to continue that because I'm really trying to just get to certain things here. Okay. I think that was it. I'm not sure. I think that was it. Sorry, you guys. Let's continue with this shenanigans of Debunk.
She said she was a liar for all you people in the chat with all these extra ass comments. Jerronda Pace, sister, mother, grandmother, all said she was a liar and something was wrong with her. She, while she out here trying to prosecute R. Kelly, she needs to prosecute her Uncle John, whom she claimed molested her at the age of 4, 6, and 8. Why she didn't mention that shit to Kim Fox when she was down there at her office talking about R. Kelly?
Well, because they weren't looking for her Uncle John, they were looking for R. Kelly. Hey, T-Bear, what's up, baby? Yes, girl, one day we're going to do the whole story. Yes, Atmos, yes, Papi, yes. I'm getting it in because, I'm tired. These people are crazy. Oops, wait, I didn't mean to do that. I did not mean to do that. Oh, yeah, here we go. Okay. So now on this portion, Faith is going to be redirected with cross-examination from the government. So they're going to redirect their questioning to Mishihata. So the government is going to ask her questions again. Oh, what happened? No. Oh, what? Uh-oh. What happened here? Uh-oh. Oh, no. Mm-mm. Oh, snap. Somebody's jinxing me or something. Hold on. Okay. That was weird. My computer just started doing stuff on its own. Hold up. What the heck? What's going on? Shoot. Oh, wait. Okay, no, it was this one. All right. Oh, God. Where'd it go? Kelly Cross, why is it? Oh, no. Ugh. I don't know what happened here, but oh, shit. I'm sorry, guys. I lost my spot. Wait. Okay, wait. Okay, I think we're here somewhere. Okay, wait. Damn, I don't remember what page we were on. Ugh, I wish I would have looked at the page number. Ugh. Let me see. Recross. No, we were in redirect, right? We were in redirect. Okay, I think this is here. Okay. Okay, so I guess we were here. Because I said we were redirect with Faith. Okay. Now, Mishihata is cross-examining her again. And she asks her, you were asked some questions on cross-examination before the lunch break about certain dates, about when you went to a lawyer and when you went to the Dallas Police Department and so forth. Do you remember those questions? Faith said yes. Mishihata said, 1 moment, Your Honor. The judge said, sure. Mishihata said, you testified that you went to the Dallas Police Department on April 9, 2018. Do you remember that? She said yes. Question. Mr. Kanik, the defense attorney, showed you a document that indicated something about a demand letter being sent on April 17, 2018. Do you remember those questions? She said yes. On April 9, 2018, that's before April 17th, 2018, correct? She said correct. So you went to the Dallas Police Department first, correct? She said correct. You were asked some questions on cross-examination about various things that happened in your travels to see Mr. Kelly. Do you remember those questions? She said correct. Ms. Shihata said, and I think you testified on cross-examination that certain things happened on those trips that you were uncomfortable with or that you didn't want to happen. Is that correct? She said correct. You also testified yesterday that there were two sides to the defendant, correct? She said correct. In fact, you testified that at the very beginning of your testimony, correct? She said yes. That it wasn't all bad, correct? She said correct. Just before you finished, Mr. Kanik asked you some questions about a podcast where you indicated you didn't like the term victim, right? She said correct. In that same podcast, did you also say you didn't like the term survivor? She said correct. And Mr. Kanik asked you a lot of questions about choices you made. Do you remember those questions? She said correct. Ms. Shihata said, and pretty much all of the questions asked about choices to get on flights and choices to contact Diana, those were all the things you had talked about and testified about on direct examination, correct? She said correct. Okay. I'm going to go again a little bit more. So she remembered everything that was said. So let's stop saying that, they're lying because they don't recollect and they don't this and they don't that. She was trying to correct Mr. Kanik on his wrongs. That's what she was doing. She wasn't lying. See? Y'all got issues. All right, so for this next part it says Kelly. So I'm gathering Mama Kelly went on the stand. I guess Mama Kelly took the stand because it says Kelly, direct Shihata. So I'm thinking it's Mama Rogers. Right. So now I believe this is Mama Rogers, and she's in direct questioning with Miss Shihata. Now she's going to ask her, in fact, it shows up as the number here, correct? Miss Kelly says, correct. Did you later provide screenshots of some of the texts that you received from this 312-203-3030 number to your attorney's office? She said yes. After you did that, did your phone associate the 312 number that sent those text messages, those texts with your attorney? She said yes. At some point, did a federal agent travel to Texas to take photos of all the texts you received from the 312 number? She said yes. Ms. Shihata said, I'm going to show the witness only what is marked for identification as government's exhibit 230B. If I may approach, Your Honor? The judge said yes. Ms. Shihata said, can you take a quick look at the document I just handed you? Ms. Kelly says, witness was reviewing the document. Having reviewed government's exhibit 230B are these photographs of the text you received from 312 from your phone at the time. She said yes. Ms. Shihata said, I move to admit government's exhibit 230B. Mr. Koenig said, no objection. The judge said, that's in evidence, jury only. Ms. Shihata said, the first page can be to everyone. Government exhibit 230B was received in evidence. So Mama Kelly was getting text messages from Don Russell. He was harassing them, I bet. I'm pretty sure he was harassing you, right, Mama? He was probably telling you all types of crazy shit. We are about to take a quick break for a moment. Okay, give me a second. It's almost dinner time, so y'all got to give me a quick minute here. So give me at least 2 minutes. And I will be right back. Yeah, because I think this is the end of it. I'm not sure. Let me see. Yep, this is the end of it. Okay. So we'll go into the next one, which is September 2nd. By the way, that transcript, the transcript that we're reading now is from September 1st of 2021. Okay? All right, guys. Now, if y'all don't mind, give me 1 minute. And guys, if you don't mind, if you appreciate the commentary today coming out from your girl Diva, donations are appreciated. They are accepted through Zelle. I have Cash App. I also have PayPal. And you can also super chat me, guys. So if you would like to donate to the channel, please do so. Thank you very much. And give me 2 minutes. I shall be right back.
Ladies and gentlemen, lend me your ears and your eyes. Diva Divine Light, live from Brooklyn, New York.
Know your lanes and what you saying, yo. Slip it with my 9 milli with the dilly, yo. When I be on my yes, I do my duty, yo. While up in the club, every while in the studio. You don't wanna vibe, nigga, really and truly, yo. My main thug, nigga named Julio, he moody, yo. Like a nigga that'll slap you with the tulio. Bitch, nigga scared to death, act fruity, yo. Fuck that, look at shorty, she a little cutie, yo. The way you shake it, make you wanna get all in the booty, yo. With no lanes and what you saying, yo.
Diva Divine Light.
Really my heart to me. Fuck me, see what you got for me. Put more than years with my eyes to see. Still $1 in a place to be. If you really my heart to me. Fuck me, see what you got for me. Put more than years with my eyes to see. Still $1 in a place to be. If you.
You're watching Diva, the Divine Light. A fun-loving, caring, passionate person who talks about sex, celebrity, and real-life issues, and even abuse. So hit that like button and make sure you share the show.
Really my heart to me. Fuck me, see what you got for me. Put more than years with my eyes to see. Still $1 in a place to be. If you really my heart to me. Fuck me, see what you got for me. Put more than years with my eyes to see. Still $1 in a place to be. If you really my heart to me. Fuck me, see what you got for me. Put more than years with my eyes to see. Still $1 in a place to be. If you really my heart to me. Fuck me, see what you got for me. Put more than years with my eyes to see. Still $1 in a place to be. If you.
Here comes the pitch, and it comes in wide. On the go ball.
1 second. Give me 1 second. Missy, you don't have a wrench? How you don't have a wrench? You were just on here. You were on here earlier. How do you not have a wrench? What? Wait a minute. Are you under another account? It has to be. It has to be you're under another account because you know. Hold on, mama. Okay, Missy. You got a wrench now, mama. Okay. All right. Okay, guys. Hi, Ty. Hi, baby. You know I'm always fucking yelling. When am I not yelling, Ty? When am I not yelling? Okay? When? When am I not yelling? When am I not yelling? Y'all know me already. A deaf girl yells. Yes. Always. Okay. Here we go. Now. What number were we on? I think we were going to 9-3. No, it's this one, 9, right here, 9-2. 9-2, September 2nd. Okay. So we are going to go to September 2nd. All right. Share screen. September 2nd. Boom. That's the file we're looking at. All right. Shoot. Babe, what time do you have to go to work today?
10:30.
It's 10:30 today? So it's tomorrow that you have to go in late. Okay. I'm just trying to remember what time. Okay. Okay. All right, now, guys, this is where they, on September 2nd of 2021, this is where they they had Mr. Wu on the stand, who is the doctor, the bio, whatever he is. Forgot what kind of, a biochemist, I guess, who deals with DNA and stuff like that. Okay, we're going to read his testimony, okay? Yeah. His name was Mr. Wu. Okay. Okay, let me see here. Oh, okay. Okay, so it starts from here. All right. We're going to get it in. We getting it in today, guys, okay? Diva is getting it in today. All right. So, as I was saying, Yeah. I'm coming, baby. Okay. Maybe I should just take it down one notch. Yeah. Now, this is going to be a direct examination by Ms. Geddes. We know that Ms. Geddes is for the prosecution, for the government. Now, Mr. Yang Fi Wu, okay, he was already duly sworn and was examined and testified as follows. Okay, direct examination by Ms. Geddes. And this, like I said, was September 2nd of 2021. Now, Ms. Geddes asks him, where do you work? Oh, let me make sure I'm on. Okay, I wasn't on mute. All right. She had asked him, where do you work? He had answered, Illinois State Police Forensic Science Center in Chicago. She said, what is your title at the Forensic Science Center in Chicago? He said, forensic scientist. Excuse me, guys. Then she says, how long have you worked as a forensic scientist at the Forensic Science Center of Chicago? He said 6.5 years. During the first 1.5 years there's training program that's in Springfield, Illinois, in the training lab. That's 1.5 years. Then the next 5 years is at the Forensic Science Center in Chicago. Ms. Getty said, and do you work within a specific unit at the Forensic Science Center of Chicago? He said, yes, it's called biochemistry section. She said, what is the biochemistry section responsible for? And he said, responsible for forensic biology and forensic DNA testing. She said, so it's responsible for forensic biology and DNA testing? He said, yes. She said, what are your duties and responsibilities at the Forensic Science Center in the biochemistry unit? He said, conducting forensic biology analysis, conducting forensic DNA analysis. The judge says, I am going to ask you, I just want to make sure you are speaking into the microphone. The witness said, okay. The judge said, the chair does not move. Sorry about that, but just try to bring the microphone a little bit closer. And then he says, so conducting forensic biology analysis and conducting forensic DNA analysis, write a report, conducting peer review, testimony in court. Ms. Shihata said, all right, so at the Forensic Science Center, you conduct forensic biology testing, is that correct? He said, yes. She said, as well as forensics DNA testing? He said, correct. And you mentioned that you also do peer review. He said, right. She said, what do you mean by peer review? He said, that's to review my colleagues' cases. She said, so are you referring to your colleagues' cases involving forensic biology and forensic DNA testing? He said, right. They write reports and then I conduct peer review. She said, you review. He said, before it was mailed. She said, all right, so you testified that you review the forensics reports drafted by your colleagues. Is that correct? He said, correct. She said, is the Forensic Science Center of Chicago an accredited lab? He said, yes. She said, who is it accredited by? He said, it's called ANSI ANAB, American National Standard Institute, National Accreditation Board, based on ISO 17025 standards. She said, and is that also known as ANSI? He said, yes. And then you said it was the national, he said ANAB. She said the National Accreditation Board. He said, yes. She said, can you tell the jury about your educational background? He said, I received my bachelor's degree in medicine in China. The first degree in medicine. Medicine is the first degree. Not like in United States. We are second degrees. We are second degree. After the degree after our college graduation. In China, it's the first degree after your high school. That's in medicine. In the year 1994, from Xing and Jiaotong University in China, ZXC, Xi, and is spelled Xian. Jiaotong is spelled. That university in Xi, China. That was just a lot for me right now. That was a lot. So Ms. Geddes continues to ask, so you received your bachelor's in medicine, is that correct? He said, yes. That's in the year of 1994. Then I received my bachelor's degree in forensic medicine from the same university in the year 1997. And I received my bachelor's degree in forensic medicine from the same university in the year 2004. The judge says, what is the name of the university where you got those degrees? He says, Jiantong University. Sorry, I chopped that up. In Xi'an, China. The court, I see. Okay. Yeah, that's how I feel right now. Okay, I see. Okay. Wherever you went, that's where you went. Okay, I believe you. I ain't fighting. Then Ms. Geddes says, and the final degree that you received from that university, what was that again? He said, it's a doctorate degree in forensic medicine. Ms. Geddes said, a doctorate degree? He said, yes. She said, in forensic medicine. He said, yes, that's a PhD, girl. You didn't know. And after you received your PhD in forensic medicine, what type of employment did you pursue? He said, I had 10 years of cancer research experience at National University of Singapore and the University of Chicago and the University and also Northwestern University in Chicago also. All right. So you conducted cancer research at 2 universities in Illinois. Is that correct? He said 3, 2 universities in Illinois and 1 in Singapore, totaling 10 years. She said, okay, so you testified earlier about a training, 1.5-year training program that you participated in at the Forensic Science Center. He said, oh, it's not a forensic science center. It's in a training lab in Springfield. And then Ms. Geddes says, and can you describe what is involved in that training program? He said there's training on forensic biology testing and forensic DNA testing. And then she says, and that was a 1.5 year long program? He said, yes. And do you also receive continuing education through the Forensic Science Center? He said, yes. She said, what type of continuing education do you receive? He said, that's certificate, conference, certificate, seminar, and literature review, totaling 8 hours a year. She said, so you receive 8 hours of continuing education each year? He said, yes. She said, as a forensic scientist, have you had occasion to perform DNA testing on items submitted to the Forensics Science Center? He said, yes. She said, approximately how many times have you conducted such tests? He said, thousands of times. She said, thousands of times? He said, yes. And have you previously testified as an expert in court regarding DNA testing and the interpretation of that testing? He said, yes. She said, how many times have you testified in court? He said, twice. And where was that? He said, in Illinois. She said, in Illinois? He said, Ms. Getty said, Your Honor, pursuant to Federal Rule of Evidence 702, I would like to offer Mr. Wu, an expert in the field of forensic biology and DNA analysis. Mr. Koenig said, no objection. The judge said, okay, ladies and gentlemen, I will give you a little bit more of, I think I told you this before, but whenever somebody testifies as an expert in an area that most of us don't have expertise in, they are permitted to testify as to certain things. I will give you a detailed instruction about that in my final charge. She said, go ahead. Ms. Getty said, thank you. She said, can you briefly explain to the jury what DNA is? Mr. Wu said, DNA is the genetic blueprint of life passed down from generation to generation. It encodes various genes which are responsible for various types of fractions of life. She said, so you described it as the genetic blueprint of life that is passed on from generation to generation. What's for dinner? He said, yes. Sorry about that, guys. Okay, so you described it as the genetic blueprint of life that is passed on from generation to generation. He said, yes. Now, is every person's DNA unique? He said, yes, except identical siblings. She said, so aside from identical twins? He said, right. She said, each person has a different DNA? He said, each person has a unique DNA sequence. She said, where do you find DNA in a person's body? He said, all types of cells, except mature red blood cells. She said, so cells throughout your body? He said, yes. She said, contain DNA? He said, except the mature red blood cells. She said, all right, so with the exception of the mature red blood cells, that is right? He said, right. And is a person's DNA the same throughout each of those cells where DNA is found? He said, yes, except some mutation. Mutation happening in some cancer cases, you can have some mutation. She said, but aside from mutations caused by cancer, one's DNA is the same throughout their body? He said, right. She said, and does DNA remain the same throughout one's life? He said, yes. She said, are you familiar with the term DNA profile? There goes that word, Debo. Debo, DNA profile, brother, DNA profile. Are you familiar with the term DNA profile? Huh? And then the doctor says, yes. Ms. Getty says, what is DNA profile? He said, DNA profile is a combination of different alleles and different loci we find for each specific person and each specific locus. There are two alleles, one from father and one from mother. If those two alleles are same, they're called homozygous in that locus. It's a lot of words I can't pronounce, okay? Forgive me, y'all. We on a GED level over here, okay? Okay? If they are different, then they are called heterozygous. Miss Getty said, let me back up just a moment. For the most part, is the DNA in one person the same as DNA in another people? In other people? He said, big majority of DNA sequence among different people are the same. Only small portions of DNA among different people are different. She said, and so for the most part, your DNA is the same among everyone in the room? He said, right. She said, but are there certain portions of an individual's DNA that varies from person to person? He said, correct. She said, are you familiar with the term short tandem repeat or STR? He said, yes. That's the marker we use for forensic identification. She said, and are short tandem repeat or STRs, does that vary from person to person? He said, yes. It is called polymorphic. In terms of forensic, it's called polymorphic. That means different people might have different alleles at those loci. That's called polymorphic. And we use that polymorphism for forensic identification. She said, and you use the term loci or locus. What do you mean by that? He said, that's the specific DNA areas. They are the polymorphic areas. Those DNA sequences are different from people to people. She said, okay, so is loci or locus just another word for plural and singular? Yeah. He said plural and singular. Yeah. And then she said, is it just another word for location or area? He said, yes, location or area. Yes. She said, and you also talked about the term alley. He said, yes. She said, what is an alley? He says, an alley in forensics is called its DNA type. So I have a specific locus for this person. That's 2. There are 2 alleles, one from mother and one from father. Ms. Getty says, all right. And can you explain what is included in a DNA profile? He said, my current kit has 24 loci. One is called amylogenin. That's a sex marker. The other 23 are called STR loci. She said, all right, so within a DNA profile, are you essentially looking at 24 different markers? He said, yes. She said, and are 23 of those markers called the STR loci? He said, right, that's right. And then she said, and then is there an additional marker? We'll call it the 24 marker. That comes from amylogenin. Is that correct? He said yes. And what is the amylogenin marker? He said allogeneic marker is a sex chromosome. Human cells contain, each human cell contains 23 pairs of DNA chromosomes. The 23rd pair is called sex chromosomes. One is called Y chromosome. Another one is called S chromosome. S chromosome is from mother. For male person, the Y chromosome is from the father. X is from the mother. For a female person, one X is from father and the other X is from mother. She said, all right. And then he said, the amylinogens for a male contributor, there are 2 peaks, one from Y and one from X. For a female contributor, there's only 1 peak. That's called X. Ms. Getty said, now, are you able to determine one's sex or from a DNA profile? He said, yes. She said, what is used to determine sex from a DNA profile? He said, an amylinogen at a locus, if there are 2 peaks, 1 Y peak, 1 X peak detected, I call that a male contributor. If there, and then she said, if there, and he said, and if there's only an X peak detected, that's called female contributor. Ms. Getty said, all right, so if there's a Y peak present, that indicates a male? He said, yes. All right. She's like, he said, so there's actually a STR locus out of those 23 STR loci. There's a locus called DYS391. I'm going to have to get water. That is a Y chromosome from only. Only male contributor can be detected, allele, at that locus. For female DNA, there's no allele can be detected. It's only, this is specific for Y chromosome. Oh my God, this is just like, it's losing me. I'm getting lost. All I understand is Y and X, boy and girl. Okay? Then Miss Getty says, all right. So are you saying that in addition to the login maker, there is also another way to identify the sex of a particular DNA profile by looking at one of those 23 STR loci? He's like, yes. Ms. Getty said, and I think you indicated a particular name for that locus. He said DYS391 locus. She said, all right. And are there, I don't want to call me them, but are there names for each of the different 23 loci? He said, yes. And then Ms. Getty says, and DYS391 is just one of those names, correct? He said, yes. And that just indicates a particular location, correct? He said, yes. Now, when case evidence is received in your lab at the Forensic Science Center, what is initially done with it? He said, the evidence is assigned to a case number. It's assigned a case number for that case. And then each case may have a different number of items. Then we will assign a different item number for different exhibits. And then Ms. Getty says, so there is a case number assigned, and then within that case number, each piece of potential evidence could be assigned an item number. He said, yes. She said, are you familiar? So once a case number and an item number for each piece of evidence has been assigned, what happened? He said, then the case will be assigned to an analysis. And she said, and once it's assigned to an analysis, typically what happens? He said that the analysis will do the biochemistry section. The analysis will do biology, forensic biology testing, and then forensic DNA testing. She said, all right. And when forensic biology testing is done, is that a way to identify whether any biological fluids are found on a particular type of evidence? He said, yes. And among the biological fluids that might be found, is semen one of those? He said, yes. And she said, and then you also mentioned that after the forensic biology testing is done, it then goes to forensic DNA testing? He said, right. She said, and that's at the lab, the type of testing that you do, correct? He said, yes. She said, are you familiar with the term DNA standard? He said, yes. She said, what is a DNA standard? He said, that's a new standard from a person of interest. We know the source of that DNA. It's called a standard. She said, okay, so as opposed to a piece of evidence that is submitted to the lab for DNA analysis, where you don't know the origin. He said, yes, the items from the crime scene, we don't know what's the source of that DNA. But from the standard, we know who is the contributor. Who is that from? She said, all right, so it's fair to say that it's known who is the provider of that particular sample. He said, right. She said, and when a DNA standard is submitted to the Forensic Science Center, what happens? He said, same as the question of samples. They assign an exhibit, a case number, and an item number. She said, and is a DNA standard typically assigned to the same case number associated with the evidence in question? He said, in most cases, that's the case. She said, and then it is assigned in a different item number? He said, right. Ms. Getty said, Your Honor, may I approach? The court said, yes. She said, I'm showing the witness what is in evidence as government's exhibit 241. Okay, there goes that shirt again, guys. 241. So now Ms. Getty says, can you take a look at 241 and identify the case number assigned to 241? He said, it's DFS 19-002. 007090. Ms. Getty says, and are you able, from looking at the government's exhibit 241, to identify the item number assigned to this piece of evidence? He said, yes, that's item 1. She said, and were you able to determine that by looking at this tag that has been affixed to the government exhibit 241? He said, yes. She said, and is that a tag affixed by your lab? He said, yes, that's my colleague, forensic scientist Veronica Jackson. She did it. The court said, did you say Veronica Jackson? The witness said, yes, Veronica Jackson. The judge said, just make sure that you are speaking to the microphone. He said, okay. She said, thanks. And then Ms. Getty says, and were you asked to analyze evidence within case number 19-007090? He said, yes. What evidence were you asked to analyze? He said, 2 cuttings from the shirt. She said, and I'm showing you government exhibit 241, and there appears to be a cutting here where the cuttings that you were given consistent with these cuts here. He said, no, I don't remember that. They originally, forensic scientist Veronica Jackson made the cuttings and put them into 2 tubes. So I then sealed and put them in the evidence, both. I took custody from there. So I didn't make that cutting. So I cannot recognize that cutting. She said, okay, but the cutting that you received, is it just consistent with the cuts here? He said, right. She said, okay. And when I say here, I'm referring to the government exhibit 241. He said, right. And the cutting that you received, were those assigned sub-item numbers? He said, yes. they are 1A and 1B. Ms. Getty said, and again, you testified that you received those cuttings from your colleague, Veronica Jackson? She made the cuts, sealed, make cutting, put them into different tubes and sealed them in the envelope and then put them in evidence, both. Then I took custody from both. Ms. Getty said, so they were placed in evidence and you took over from there? He said, yes. She said, once you received those two cuttings, which you identified as sub-item number 1A and 1B within that same case number associated with Government Exhibit 241, what did you do first? He said, I did extraction called differential extraction. She said, and when you say differential extraction, what do you mean by that? He said, that method is to separate sperm cells from the epithelial cells in a stain. She said, now, you just referenced sperm cells and epithelial cells. Are epithelial cells just another name for skin cells? He said, skin cells is one type of epithelial cells. The other epithelial cells also include like oral. So the swab of the cells from the oral surface and also from the rectal surface and the vaginal areas. Oral areas and also the rectal areas, those are epithelial cells. The judge said, can I just make sure I understand? You said from the vagina area? He said, yes. Auntie Ann is so funny. Did she really just... She's like, wait a minute, hold up, wait. I got a question. Hold on, wait a minute. She said, let me understand. You talking those epithelial things? They come from vaginas too? Like, yes, we can collect skin cells from your vagina. Yes, we can. This is how we do biopsies, Miss Auntie Ann. Yes, Your Honor. So now he says yes. And then the judge says the rectal area. And he said area, yeah, and also oral. Auntie Ann said the oral area. He said they are all epithelial cells. The judge said, I see. Go ahead. I'm very interested. I added my own words there. She said, I am very interested. I am very intrigued. She's such a nerd. I love it. The court, she said, I see. Go ahead. And he said, they are not skin cells, but they are epithelial cells. And then Ms. Getty says, and then also skin cells is another form of epithelial cells. He said, right. And so you testified that you performed differential extraction as a means to separate out the sperm cells from those epithelial cells. Is that correct? He said, correct. She said, and did you do that on sub-item 1A and 1B? He said, yes. She said, today I want to focus on just the sperm cell fractions of 1A and 1B, okay? He said, okay. She said, now, did you also conduct DNA testing on the non-sperm cell fractions, the epithelial cell fractions? He said, yes. She said, okay, so we're going to, and you also, in addition to that, you conducted DNA testing on the sperm cell fractions for 1A and 1B, correct? He said, correct. She said, I'm sorry, I was speaking over you. Is that right? He said, correct. Ms. Getty said, so again, referring to the sperm cell fraction of 1A, were you able to determine a DNA profile for the sperm cell fraction of 1A? He said, yes. She said, and were you also able to determine a DNA profile for the sperm cell fraction of 1B? He said, yes. She said, now, you mentioned earlier that a complete DNA profile under your current system includes 24 different loci, the 23 STR markers, as well as the 1 amyloglobulin marker. Is that correct? He said yes. Ms. Getty said, how many loci were present in the DNA profile that you identified for the sperm cell fraction of 1A? He said 24. She said all 24? He said yes, but 2 of them are not complete. That means potentially some out of those 2 loci, the sister part of the sister allele may be missing. It's called incomplete, partial. She said, were you able to identify Alice at each of the 24 markers? He said, yes. But I think you are saying that at 2 of those markers, you were only able to identify a partial result, so at least 1 allele? He said, yes, 1 allele. Yeah, the other sister allele may be missing. So that's why we call it partial result. And with respect to the sperm cell fraction of 1B, how many loci were present in the DNA profile that you identified for that one? He said 24. She said, and was that DNA profile a complete profile, including both alleles at each of the 24 markers? He said, correct, that's complete. She said, now, did there come a time that your lab received additional evidence regarding that particular case, DFS007090? He said, yes. She said, what did you receive? He said, a buccal swab from Robert Kelly. And when you say buccal swab, what is that? He said, it's from the mouth cavity, a swab from the mouth cavity of Robert Kelly. She said, and what was the condition of the buccal swab when your lab received it? He said, it was sealed. She said, it was sealed. He said, yes. She said, and the buccal swab associated with Robert Kelly, was that vouchered as lab item number 2 within the same case, DFS007090? He said, correct. She said, and was DNA testing done on that swab? He said, yes. She said, and just to be clear, is the buccal swab, guys, help me out here, that you received for Robert Kelly, also known as a DNA standard? He said, yes. And is the reason because you know who provided that DNA sample? He said, correct. Were you able to determine a DNA profile for the DNA standard for Robert Kelly or that buccal swab? He said, yes. And were you able to identify a complete profile consisting of alleles at all 24 markers? He said, yes, it's complete. She said, and just to be clear, was the analysis of the buccal swab done at a different time than when the analysis was done on lab items 1A and 1B, the cutting from within Government Exhibit 241? He said, right. They are almost 2.5 years apart. She said, okay, did you have an opportunity to compare the DNA profile that you generated for the buccal swab of Robert Sylvester Kelly to the DNA profile that you generated for the sperm cell fractions with sub-item 1A and B? He said, yes. She said, and I want to first direct your attention to the DNA profile in 1A. What did you determine when you compared just the DNA profile of Robert Kelly to the DNA profile which you previously testified was slightly incomplete with respect to 1A? He said, Mr. Robert Kelly's DNA profile cannot be excluded from the DNA profile identified in the sperm fractions of item B and item A. Ms. Getty said, of 1A, correct? He said, mm-hmm. She said, of 1A, correct? He said, yes. She said, similarly, did you compare the DNA profile of Robert Kelly to the DNA profile generated for lab item IB, which you previously testified was a complete DNA profile? He said yes. She said, what did you observe when you compared those two DNA profiles? He said, my conclusion is Mr. Robert Kelly's DNA profile cannot be excluded or is included in that DNA profile and in sperm fraction of item 1B. She said, thank you for clarifying that. I was just referring to the sperm cell fraction of 1B, but thank you for all of that. He said, yes. She said, when you say that it cannot be withdrawn, she said, withdrawn. She said, when you look at the DNA profile for those 24 markers on the known standard for Robert Kelly, and the 24 markers that you identified for the sperm cell fraction of 1B, are they the same? This is very important, guys. Listen. He said, yes, exactly the same. What do you know? The swab from the mouth and the markers from the shirt, both DNAs match. How about that? He said, yes, exactly the same. Miss Geddes said, are you familiar with random match probability? He said, yes, that's what I calculated for this case. She said, what is random match probability? He said, a random match probability means how common or how difficult it is to have a person happen to share the same DNA profile as 1B and identified in the crime scene items. Ms. Getty said, just to be clear, you testified earlier that with the exception of DNA, with the exception of identical twins, every person's DNA is different, correct? He said yes. She said, but now we're not talking about DNA. We're talking about a DNA profile. Is that correct? He said, yes. She said, did your lab do any statistical calculations to determine how rare the DNA profile of the DNA profile found in the buccal swab for Robert Kelly and the same DNA profile found in the sperm cell fraction of sub-item 1B was? He said, I didn't calculate the statistics for the profile from Robert Kelly. I calculated the statistics for the question sample, the sperm fraction from the file from sperm fraction of 1A and 1B. She said, okay. He said, we didn't calculate for standard. She said, I understand. With respect to the statistical calculation regarding the sperm cell fraction of 1A, what did you determine about the frequency with which that DNA profile, the one found in 1A, the sperm cell fraction of 1A is found? He said, as I stated earlier, the first step, when I found the questionable, the DNA profile from sperm fraction of 1A, and then obtain the DNA profile from standard from Robert Kelly, then I compared these two profiles and see if the DNA profile from Robert Kelly cannot be excluded or is included in that DNA profile. And the sperm fraction of item 1A, then I cannot be excluded or is included. Then I calculated the random match probability based on Federal Bureau of Investigation database. The result I calculated is 1 in 86 non-nillion in random population. The judge said non-nillion. He said, yes, non-nillion is followed by 30 zeros. See, Karen J was right. She was right. Karen J, you be on the money, girl. I didn't even remember none of this shit, okay? So then, he says, the question was, Ms. Getty says, I'm showing the witness only what is marked for identification as government's exhibit 960. Do you see what is shown as government's exhibit 960 on your screen? He said, yes. She said, on 960, is that an accurate description of the term 1 non-nillion, 1 billion, and 1 decillion? He said, 1 billion is followed by 9 zeros. That is correct. 1 non-nillion is followed by 30 zeros. Correct. And then 1 decillion is followed by 33 zeros. So Ms. Getty says, the government offers 960. The judge says, any objection? Mr. Connick said, no. The judge says, that will be in evidence. Ms. Getty says, may I publish, please? The judge says, yes. Ms. Getty continues to ask, you were testifying about the random match probability associated with the sperm cell fraction of the DNA profile in 1A. Is that correct? He said, correct. She said, you used the term non-nillion. He said, yes, 68 non-nillion. She said, where my finger is pointing, 1 non-nillion, is that a numerical representation of what a non-nillion was? He said, yes, followed by 30 zeros. The judge said, 68, it would be followed by 30 zeros, right? He said, yes. The judge said, did you also determine the random match probability associated with the DNA profile for the sperm cell fraction of the DNA for the sperm cell fraction of the item 1B? He said, yes, I compared the filed and sperm fraction of 1B with the DNA profile from Robert Kelly. I followed Mr. Kelly's DNA profile cannot be excluded or included. So then I cover the statistics for the sperm DNA filed and identify the item and sperm DNA filed and identify the item 1B. And then the result is 1 in 11 decillion. The court said 11 decillion. The witness said, yes. The judge said, so I'm clear when you say it can't be excluded. He said, the other is included. The judge says, what are you comparing? He said, I compare the DNA profile from the sperm fraction of 1A and 1B and the DNA profile from Robert Kelly. Now, the judge says, and when you're talking about the probability, what probability is it? He said, that means how rare or how common it is to find random person happen to share the same DNA profile. The judge says, are you saying that Mr. Kelly's profile was the same as either of those two items or that the likelihood that it was? You tell me. He said that statistics shows me that for the DNA profiles identified the sperm fractions of 1A and 1B, how common it is in the population. How common it is. The judge said, to find the same, he said, the same DNA profile. The judge said, so the same DNA profile is in both of those samples? He said, yes and no. I identified the sperm fraction of item 1A. There are 2 not complete. The judge says, they are not complete. He said, but the one identified in the sperm fraction of 1A and 1B is complete. The judge said, that's the one that is how many decillions? He said 11 decillion. The judge said, go ahead. Ms. Getty said, thank you, Judge. Then Ms. Getty said, again, just to be clear, with respect to the sperm cell fraction of 1B, the alleles at those 24 markers for the sperm cell fraction of 1B were the same found in the alleles that those 24 markers for the DNA profile generated for Robert Kelly. Is that correct? He said, yes, they match each other. Phew, thank God. That's what we've been looking for this whole time. For a straight answer, damn it. All these damn run me around in circles. Lord, you got my head spinning. Ooh, Jesus Christ, Lord, have mercy. I don't know, were y'all head spinning? My head was spinning with all of this right now. So, the answer is yes, they match each other. Then she says, so you testify with respect to the sperm cell fraction of 1B that the chance that DNA profile would occur in 1 in 11 decillion individuals. Is that correct? Then Ms. Getty said, he said yes. Then Ms. Getty said, to put that in perspective, how many people, what is the population of the Earth? He said, according to the United Nations late test data, it is about 7.9 billion. She said 7 billion. He said 7.9 billion. She said, to be clear, when you say 7.9 billion, that's 7.9 followed by 9 zeros. Is that correct? He said, yes, 7.9 followed by 8 zeros. So 7, comma, 9, and then 8 zeros. He said, yes. Lord have mercy. Still with this. Okay, I can't anymore with this. All right. Because they're just going back and forth with the same crap. Okay. She said, then finally, you were talking about the random match probability with respect to DNA profile found within the sperm cell fraction of 1B. I think you said that it was 1 in 11 decillion. Is that correct? He said, yes. She said, do you mean there would be one person in 11 decillion where that DNA profile will occur? He said, the statistics calculation, we expect to find one who happens to share the same DNA profile, 1 in 11 decillion. So one person in decillion, in 11 decillion. He said, we expect to see that. Ms. Getty says, I understand that's just based on statistic, nothing further. All right, the court, cross-examination. Mr. Canick, yes, Your Honor, cross-examination. Ay, ay, ay. Okay. I need to take a break. This is a lot, guys. Like, can we finish this maybe tomorrow? I don't even know how long I've been on. Like, I know I've been on for a while. Let me see. How long have we been on? Oh, no. No. We've been on for almost 7 hours. That's crazy. Okay. Yeah. My husband's right. It's time to get off. Hey, Just V, what's up, mommy? Purple, James, I have a problem. Wifey, What's up, mama? Okay, so guys, oh, thank you, Atmos. Once again, thank you, puppy. Okay. All this stuff is so confusing, right? All this 11 and 33 zeros. And look, Granny said I fell asleep. Yes, right? Okay, we're going to end this. I am going to, Diva, you can understand, comprehend what you're reading, so you're good. Yeah, I mean, I do, but it's just, holy cow. It's just a lot of ones and zeros and a whole bunch of, holy cow. Oh my God, who are these trolls and why they keep coming in here? OMG. Like, I'm glad you guys are taking them out of here. Thank you, y'all. Yeah, so basically, Kelly's guilty. That's it, that's all. It's his sperm on the shirt, point blank, period. That's what it is. Okay? I think tomorrow, if anything, we will pick it up. Because I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more files to go through with y'all. Okay? So we can go through everything. So, okay. So I got to remember 9-3. I'm thinking maybe I should close all of this so that I don't. All right, 9-3. So guys, we remember that we're going to start September 3rd. All right, we're going to go into September 3rd. That's what we're going to do next. So I'm going to do September 3rd and the other 6 files. I'll do it tomorrow, maybe even later. I'll come on later, maybe. All right. I love you guys. And thank you so much for hanging out, participating. Thank you for the cash apps and the super chats, guys. Love y'all. Respect y'all. Thank you so much. And I appreciate y'all. And we are going to... Hey, Daddy's girl. I didn't know you was in here too. What's up, mama? Hey, thank you, Black Girl Beauty. Yes, you already know. We're going to be putting it in their face. In their face. We're going to always take it to their face. We are always going to take it to their face. All right? So, guys, do me a favor, y'all. Don't forget. Please leave a comment.
Goodbye.
Leave a comment below. Don't forget to hit that like button. If you are not subscribed to Diva Divine Light, please subscribe to my channel. Hit the like button. Hit the notification bell on all so you can get everything I uploaded as I upload them. And don't forget, if you are not a member of my book club, my members only club, please do so. It's $1.99 a month. You get to put some cute little emojis in the chat. You get to get your monthly badges, and you get to get exclusives and things like that when I throw them in the members only stuff. All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, lend me your ears and your eyes. Diva Divine Light, live from Brooklyn, New York.
With no
on your lane for what you saying, yo. Silly with my 9 milli with the dilly, yo. When I be on the mic, yes, I do my duty, yo. While I'm in the club, every while in the studio. You don't wanna violate, nigga, really and truly, yo. My main thug nigga named Julio, he moody, yo. Like a nigga that'll slap me with the tulio. Bitch nigga scared to death, act fruity, yo. Fuck that, look at shorty, she a little cutie, yo. The way you shake it, make me wanna get all in the booty, yo. With no delaying for what you saying, yo.
Diva Divine Light.
Really my party to me. Fuck me, see just what you got for me. Good boy, the kids with my eyes to see. Still $1 in the place to be. If you really my party to me. Fuck me, see just what you got for me. Good boy, the kids with my eyes to see. Still $1 in the place to be. If you.
You're watching Diva, the Divine Light. A fun-loving, caring, passionate person who talks about sex, celebrity, and real-life issues, and even abuse. So hit that like button and make sure you share the show.
Really my party to me. Fuck me, see just what you got for me. Good boy, the kids with my eyes to see. Still $1 in the place to be. If you really my party to me. Fuck me, see just what you got for me. Good boy, the kids with my eyes to see. Still $1 in the place to be. If you really my party to me. Fuck me.